I can give you the worst pizza experience that we've ever had. It was at a fucking movie
Oh,
theater, and we were so excited to have a slice of pizza. We
that's
bit
your
into
first
that.
problem right there.
We bit into that
Exactly.
motherfucker, and I would like to make it known that we are an enjoyer of broccoli, but only when it's broccoli. That pizza, which had no vegetables on it, tasted like bad broccoli.
How is it possible?
That's a movie theater pizza, bro. The only thing I go to the movie if I go to the movie theater and I get food, I have a conversation with God in the lobby. Like I tell him like
I go to the movie theater. I'm eating beforehand. This
we have two
motherfucker.
decisions today, God. It's I eat these 2 hot dogs in a Dasani water or I don't.
That's
And
you and me.
I have to basically flip the coin of like, are these 2 hot dogs and this water gonna really ruin my movie going experience? And the answer is always yes. So I don't know why I always get food.
Because there could be this one time it actually makes it better somehow. You
No,
don't
But
know
if you
yet.
get,
You need to be shit.
but I don't have this. But I don't have this problem if I get a fucking large popcorn. I could slam a whole large popcorn and not have to worry about anything for the rest of the day. It'd be like, oh,
To be
cool,
fair,
whatever.
it's
Like
kinda
my
hard to fuck
mouth
up
and
popcorn.
my hands will feel like movie theater. My hands will smell like movie theater popcorn, but that's fine. I don't care about that. I can
Oh.
come to grips with that. That's fine.
All right, look, if you
Now, 2 hot dogs and a Dasani water,
Mm,
that's a
look,
different story.
if you can
That's a
mess
different
up
set of
popcorn,
problems.
if you can mess up popcorn, I wouldn't trust you to fucking boil water.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, how the fuck can you even mess
It
up popcorn?
happens.
If you can mess it up at the movie theater where you have no choice but to not mess it up, like you have a machine that's making it, it's like it dings and it's really loud and it tells you the popcorn's done.
You took a nap, and so it fucked up.
You how
Maybe,
not to stand
I'm
there
never
and
surprised by
shit.
humans, though, so it's okay.
Oh,
I try not to be. I am surprised, but I try not
I've been watching.
to be.
I've been watching this channel of fireman who does these skits based off of
Oh.
real experiences on his
I love that
calls.
guy.
And
What was he called?
fuck. Oh, I have he's right here. Let's see.
I know that guy. He's very funny.
He
Yeah,
is
some of them are
Fire
like-
Department Chronicles. Fire Department
Yeah,
Chronicles.
that guy. I love it.
It's
Like,
fucking. I love. I want to now adopt this phrase into my category, but for why? I want that in my vocabulary forever. It's but
why?
no, not why, but for why.
Oh, why?
For why?
Well, why?
What?
Well, that's
Well,
like
come on.
the. Well, that's like wherefore. That's like the old school, like Victorian and all Shakespeare time.
It's just a modern version of
Wherefore,
it.
wherefore art thou, Romeo?
I mean, well, the circumstance was he found a drunk outside, a drunk that he knows very well by name, and he's like, "Yo, we got to get to the hospital, man." The guy is like, "But for why? I'm fine, man. I'm just here." He's like, "Come on. Last time you got drunk and you walked away, you started throwing your shit around." And he's like, "Come on, man. I don't even have any shit in my pants." Oh.
Yeah.
Also, diabetic rage, not something to fuck with.
Diabetic rage is
Absolutely
real.
not.
It is real.
It's real.
It is real. It is a real thing.
Make sure to get the shot.
Just have
Make sure have an extra Snickers bar in your freaking
a fucking
Coke
extra
for your
Snickers
local
bar.
diabetic rage.
Please,
A fucking-
whatever you.
Dude, hand him a Baby Ruth like in the Goonies. Give him a Baby Ruth. Everything will be okay.
Everything will be fine.
Okay, take your stuff. Take your shot. Here's a Baby Ruth. Here's a Dasani water.
And adrenaline, fucking endorphins. My God,
Dude,
people
if you
having
give me a Dasani water, I would punch you in the face.
Honestly, I understand that. I go to the
I
store
fuck with
to
distillery
like
water.
buy my bottled water case for the next 2 weeks, and every time I pass the Dasani, I consider it, but then I'm like, but it's the Dasani, and just
Yeah,
keep
right.
walking.
But I'll fuck with it.
It just goes to prove that water does in fact have a taste.
It's a very chuggable water. I'll give it that.
Dasani's the only water. Dasani's a water that I would willingly take if I was like really fucking drunk.
It's a
Otherwise,
very chuggable water.
what did I just say, man?
Yeah, right.
I'm sure our ancestors drank worse water.
Oh, of course they did.
A lot of shit was worse for us. We can't really compare.
I mean,
But that was,
our
yes, that was
ancestors,
the whole problem for like 300 years.
our ancestors at least knew how to boil water.
That's the sole reason why I hate Oregon Trail. That fact right there.
Wait, you beat Oregon Trail because you knew how to boil water.
That's
Dude.
not where I thought that was going, but that's funny.
Everybody's out here dying of dysentery. Like, bro, we visited a well 4 days ago, so you've just been shitting your brains out in my cart for 4 days.
Bro,
Fuck
if you need to
you.
take a shit, just ask to pull over and dig a hole.
No, and then no, you can't, because then when you pull over and everybody's around it, then they're all like, "Oh shit, I think we all have dysentery too," and then they all fucking die,
Fuck
and
you,
you
man.
never
I
make
want
it
to
to
the Oregon
Oregon,
Trail.
and then you never
they,
make it to Oregon.
they should make like a modern, realistic
Fuck.
like Oregon Trail, but it like Fallout style.
I mean,
The internet goes out. We're
I
dead.
mean, no, there is well, maybe not modern, but I do know of a game called Oxygen Not Included, which is a survival base organization game where literally the entire zone itself is basically a giant cave system, but with very limited oxygen that you can actively see rapidly deplete, and you have to build toilets, otherwise your people that you are in control of will just start shitting themselves and filling the entire area with piss, and will wad in that and eventually throw up in that and continue to exist within that as they have panic
Yep.
attacks.
Dysentery is a massive thing.
It's
On that note, let's get started. Uh,
The dysentery
um,
per se.
I'm beefing with dysentery right now.
Dysentery go way back.
well,
Way
we
back
are
to my
in
bathroom.
session 75.
That's a big number.
Is it? I
That's a
can't
big
count
number.
past 2.
Well,
I can't either.
somehow I got to
got
75.
4.
I don't know. Uh, last time we had killing dwarves near, far, wherever they are. It made me chuckle for a few days. I'm not gonna live in that. The next morning, you guys last time were gathered after your battle with the dwarves, with friends, family, the Lapids, and you have Kelrear and Cash who have drug the hawk and viper to lay before this congregation of about 100 people or so. Queen Thistle comes forward and is like, uh, stands ready for her people, and she asks for who will lay claim. And Strike stands first, asking for a chance to pilot the hawk, to soar through the skies as if they were his own. The congregation accepts him, but he first must watch the dance and ritual from his friend Eros, and then he must find his own inner grace, where he can speak to Kaipa's soul and be able to merge, bond, whatever you want to call it. Eros helps him through kind of the walk. He and dance. He does all right, and then gives him a little extra inspiration before he is able to uh kind of it was kind of like a wrathful dance. It's like a roar, and it reminded me, it was very Animaesus kind of thing with the imagery that I had in my mind of something that maybe was like some akin to more of like a battle dance sort of thing. And uh he's able to bond with Kitebaugh. Next comes the snake, which Queen Thistle kind of steps forward, and there's some discussion in it of like her or Cerulean or if anyone else, and it kind of leans towards her kind of being elected to bond with it, so to speak, because of the Lapids needing sun protection. And she is able to, with relative ease, and when that kind of seal between those two is made, the there's telepathic flashes that hit Strike and the Queen, of flashes of the darkness of a panther kind of image appearing somehow within the darkness, begging for aid. Um, and there's a kind of endless will and want by Kilrear and Kitebaugh, and that's supposed to be not Kilrear. That's supposed to be the other one. Never mind. Uh, and even kind of loosely through. Oh yeah, no, it's Kilrear because of Sarek on to the ape. They're all from the same brood, I guess you could say. And they get images of the other three primordials that are with the rest of um the dwarven army. And they kind of understand that those pilots and Jorvians are aware of the same begging in the darkness from their kin that was lost. Um, with this, a few other kind of key conversations happen. First, there's um, Sarek discussing about the honor and kind of justified moves behind creating a biological weapon against the dwarves. There's a suggestion from him about going after the head of the Jorvian army, the Primordials, and whoever else. Kind of a discussion about his abilities would be key to kind of like making that happen, and Eros being the one vocalizing how they're not so sure about moving against 2,000 plus dwarves with these very three powerful Jorvians. And Strike takes a moment to kind of confirm the strength of these Jorvians that are left. They are stronger than all of the ones you guys have, to be sure. And the there's now a discussion about like the plunder of the fight, and the group kind of divvies up what's left, with a good chunk going towards Kelleher and Cash to upgrade them. And Liam also discusses taking Fraction out to go gather herbs for potions and other alchemical designs. The kids are also kind of a discussion of what to do with them kind of begins a little bit. And they kind of mostly it eventually turns into them joining you in part, but then some leaving behind. But nevertheless, Liam spends the better part of the day, almost 2 days, looking for herbs and finding things for healing potions and other just strange things around the rivers and kind of forests and stuff, and kind of laying a plan for a possible potion that will give him kind of a universal resistance. Then there was a lot of like passive aggressive discussion. I called it from Trillo last time. Once we got to his like focus of moving south, that though there was just a lot of funny things Trillo said last time.
I will kill you. Does
And
that confuse you?
yeah,
Mhm.
and so and like him, basically a discussion of him leaving and the group for at least partial time. He wants to go back south and actually find his lands that he's been lost from. And the bards of the Lapids supposedly have a trail through the mists that might lead him home. Eros is worried about finding the old Portis folk again after all is said and done. And Trillo tries to reassure her that she has some of the most powerful magic. She obviously could probably find her way back to him relatively easily. And there's just some really funny things that were said between Liam and Trillo about Trillo claiming death's gonna come to him and things like that. Yeah, like you just said. And then in the middle of the conversation, and just like abruptly like Liam just opens a teleportation circle, and it's like, well, okay, bye. And, guys, go to the Dragonlands. And you are quickly greeted by, at least roleplay wise, Alec, and there's introductions done of all kinds to the children, the primordials, the drow, and Eros kind of reveals why they're there to do some res- their eventual steps with the bloodline manipulation kind of thing, and understanding the dragon lords who were connected to a conversation you had with Fraction's brother George, and things, who are distracting Fraction's brother right now, is what I would say. Nevertheless, they're eventually led to and through the Dragon Rider Academy to the out through it to the outer part of the city that's surrounded by these giant walls, to like the southwest corner where there's just ginormous like three-story building, but three-story building made for huge creatures, kind of thing, uh, that you guys come into as the library. And there's obvious like Wildebrand pockets, I'll say, little caves and things that he's dug, and books that he's destroyed in the process and things. Alec checks on Wildebrand, and he's helping Nestor finalize some of the last tunnels that need dug to make the city join the skies, basically. Once in the library, though, Lord Tiff explains to Aerostrike, Liam with Fraction, the children, and even the other drow, with Cerulean and Sarek, that the Dragon Lords, there are two remaining on Bar 2, and the George is probably not going to interrupt what their goals are right now, considering how their connections to Bahamut are playing to come here. So Eros, to help Eros, that is. Thus, Alec kind of offers his help, but he doesn't really want to interrupt connections with the Dwarven people. So he kind of, I guess, indirectly help. And Eros kind of clarifies that she doesn't really want to kill every dwarf. She just wants to stop these dwarves that are killing what she calls her home. The lands of the Animaesus, these odd creatures have kind of earned a balance, and they deserve protection kind of thing. And there's some discussion that eventually leads Alec to remember part of his research about this ancient wall to the far west and kind of north of where you guys are, um, called the Faces of the King. And he knows that the Dragon Lords had a play in that ages ago to kind of say Barter as a fissure or a rift was open to the darker planes, and beings from those outer worlds were kind of pouring in. So if the Dragon Lords are usually someone at play in the bigger things, kind of, right? So he can agrees to kind of keep the children safe, and that so that the rest of the group can continue on to whatever they're doing. Perhaps even train the kids if they want in the next coming age of the Dragon Rider Academy. It's at this point I would like to. If Alec isn't already thinking about this, Brandon, then there's something that I was thinking about earlier today. That
Uh-oh.
there's Alec would know from this conversation with them about the primordials and stuff over the last couple of visits that whatever happens with their primordials in the Tarrasque is eventually going to awaken the people from where you're from into the idea that these things exist beyond just where they are. So, it's kind of like my brain is thinking as NPC Alec, like one of the reasons maybe why he's restarting the Dragon Rider A, they're eventually going to be a flying city, so it's going to be harder to locate if anyone wants to come fuck with them. And B, uh, if they don't get to these other kind of like ancient things and someone else does, kind of a reason to spawn some ideas. But um, then there's a discussion about the Tarrasque and the purpose of the primordials. That's kind of what I was getting to, of why that came to mind, and how there's 7 on each continent. And so there's got to be like 30 or more that exists. At least if you measure by the current continents of the world, as Alec knows. And Alec's one of the few people on the world that understands that idea, that there's multiple continents. Like, I imagine this is like information that most people don't even think about or care about, for the
You're
most
probably right.
part. But,
Probably makes a lot of maps. Probably
like
draws a lot of maps.
maps. They're like the idea of like an actual map that's like world accepted is probably something that doesn't exist in this world. There are so many different maps that could be wrong or right or whatever the case is. So nevertheless, um, Alec then offers to let Eros kind of understand more about these legendary creatures, by creating this odd magical dye from some of the reagents he has for, I think it's Legend Lore is the spell.
Yes.
And she agrees, and when the magic take hold, she sees a, a couple odd things. 3 deities come together before the earth was like truly wrought, and is what anyone would understand today, like, and still like a wrath and fire and volcano, and those gods are in the process, you could say, of like crafting the world, and they summon the first Jordians. Cash is one of the very first ones. You see Cash in that imagery, but there's not none of the rest of them seem to be there, kind of thing. But the 3 primordial deities are Volin, Jock, and Kitik or Chitin, as he's been called now. Um, they kind of crafted the first Jorvians, and they sent them to kind of protect the world as it goes through this drastic transition, with different wars and ages and quests and chores that needed to happen in order for you guys to even exist, kind of thing. And part of that was a Tarrasque issue, I guess. Like there's more than one Tarrasque. And there were also the rift that was mentioned before that the wall eventually sealed. There was aberrations from the darkness and fiends and even celestials trying to lay claim to things that, the ancient deities and even the deities that uh, became deities because of these actions. Like I'm thinking some of the really old, like elven deities and dwarven deities and things like that have been around for a time, like kind of helping to establish, hey, this is the material plane. This is this place where we're going to allow, you know, life in a way to exist beyond our manipulation in the direct sense, sort of thing. And there's just a siege on all sides from Barter that she sees. And there's just so much kind of knowledge that Cash seems to have just kind of absorbed into his shell, very similar to how the Testadine kind of do, of like something that, of the past. This inspires Strike to, once Eros kind of explains some things, to uh, ask for another perspective on the purpose of these things. Hearing Chiton was responsible for the crafting. He looks for a cleric to help him understand how to commune with something, basically, because he is not religious in that sense. And they leave Sarek and the children with the other drow in the library, and Eros joins Strike as well. Liam stays behind to do his own research, presumably. And Alec takes them to go meet this priestess of the Raven, he calls her. A deity of protection, but also darkness, of the death and the balance that it creates for life, and a high pressure on motherhood and how mothers create a beginning and then there's the end that all goes through kind of thing. There's these catacombs that come down into and find this larger temple full of many quiet prayers and murmurs, and there's this room of 50 or so devouts just mumbling amongst themselves in prayer. And at the head of this, across the room, on this altar, there's this head priestess garbed in these black robes that kind of almost force her to kneel down the rest like the others. But her head is exposed, and you see these long draped braids behind her back. Easily, if she let them hang loose, could be like over 12 feet of hair. And she prays before this very large statue of a woman kind of rising from robes that are kind of wreathed around her. Her breasts bare, her arms kind of held behind by the robes kind of falling off of her. And then there's like feathers that drape around her shoulders and around her feet. The priestess, when she sees Alec and some of the strangers kind of come in, is only she was only warned by her son that was kind of standing near guard that Alec knows. And when she turns around, she motions for Alec to like have the strangers go to this side room away from the prayer, chapel, basically. And once alone, she takes her time to look over the strangers. And Eros is human, but there's something about Strike that she obviously has never seen before as an Animaesus. And let alone what Strike is on top of that with his kind of bestial presence that has enhanced him. And she kind of intimidated by this idea. There's eventually the idea of like how prayer works is what you Strike asks about, and worship and trying to connect to things, and then you guys confuse her anymore with this, you know, group of religious people where you're from that worship a beast in its butthole, and the clear.
boring.
She does eventually agree to aid you because she does see that Strike is earnest about trying to connect to this god that he's heard about called Titan. She has no idea what this means. And Alec kind of bowed out somewhere in the middle of all the confusion, apparently. And she says she needs a day to prepare a spell to kind of allow this to happen. And they agree, okay, cool. We'll kind of take a step out and allow for questions of these deific goals to come to power. And we're going to um pick up still in the Dragon Rider lands. What's that? We're gonna pick up still in the Dragon Rider lands. Ramping up the these last minute kind of questions that you're searching for, and then probably doing some farewells. I know Jock wanted to have a moment with Alec probably when he returns from all of this, so I was either thinking we start with that and
Well,
then
my question with
Yeah.
that was Alec not gonna do the thing? Because I mean, unless Alec was asking for me to get him something, I thought things were proceeding as planned.
I have to speak with you. There are. I'm beefing. I'm beefing with Jock that got up change.
Alrighty.
You fucking. So I think he would want to, because I have an idea of how I want to approach this, but I don't know if it's gonna work. So I have to you know, you know.
Do we though?
Alrighty.
So I guess yeah, he comes up to the chamber again. Like I don't know how long it takes for him to book across the out of the dungeons.
no,
Like
you've been gone no more than 30-45 minutes. But it's probably late. It's probably in the evening by this point. Like late evening, like after 8 or 9.
I come back at some point and assume you're being creepy.
If
Or
it's the same
whatever it is
place
you
where we
do.
met, that was pretty much rather secluded. I think if it was like that intuition, oh, we'll probably meet here if he wants to have a private conversation. Probably be there.
Yeah, that
and,
atrium that he says that no one uses. That's just
be
Yeah.
there. We'll have Fraction be there too. I'll be in my natural form, and I'll just be sitting there.
So yeah, at some point he comes up and he just is like, so you are here. Great. I kind
I
of
had a
figured that you
feeling
would
that you
be here
wanted
the
to
last
talk.
time. Yes. But not here. You know? This is a good place to usually speak, because no one is here, but for the things that we will need them in my study.
Lead the way.
Mm.
Hmm.
And I think he takes you into the library behind the counter. Like, there's probably like some cool ass staircase that leads into like a private room, like a private book study or whatever, and then there's another room probably behind the bookcase. Where he...
once Fraction gets the impression that you're kind of walking somewhere, he will grab on to Liam and then grab onto you and start to and he'll ask for directions along the way. Left, right,
Oh,
up,
left. Yeah,
down.
this is. We're not going up. We're going down. Take me to the library. This is very
Oh.
strange. I have never seen these
It
creatures
just
do things like this. As he's like getting manhandled by like several tentacles.
yes.
He's very slimy for a creature made of stone and magic. Kind of
Not just
concerning.
slime.
It is muted.
Are you implying that it is not slime, but something of other gross? That's gross. It's like
It's water
he
based.
he
I
says
believe
a
it's water-based.
word in Celestial that
oh,
I don't know if either of you speak Celestial.
I do not.
And
Not celestial.
he's like, I don't know what else to call it. It was not slime. No, no. It was. He says the word again. And he's like, Um, he takes his tentacle and he's going to do a performance check. And that's decent enough, we can say. And he basically uses his tips of his tentacle to draw the equivalent, or make the equivalent, I guess, in imagery of like an orange or a piece of fruit being squashed and poured into a glass. It's like
Huh.
he says the word again.
And then Alec like would probably fucking put his finger on it and like put it in his mouth and just go,
What word in common?
hmm, juice.
Hmm.
We
Yes,
humans call it
God
juice.
juice, not slime.
That sounds considerably worse, knowing the people that I know.
He just nods like he doesn't understand what you mean about how it's worse. He thinks worse might be a good thing.
It's
Like,
not.
because it's a good thing to him that this juice is like
When you
exists.
call something God juice that you're like rubbing all over me, Alec probably doesn't think that's a good thing. They're like, oh, ugh. Yes, well, anyway, and then at some point we would go, like I said, into the
You would
library.
land in the room after like another teleport,
Yeah, and then just
and
this
he
is
would kind
where
of.
I do and conduct my private studies. Well, private enough. Some people know the way here, but no unusual suspects from the last time we met, I think.
Cozy. Perhaps this is where I should transport to the next time I make my visits here.
Oh no,
Be
you
out of the
can't get
way.
here.
Mm.
Oh no.
Ah,
Fraction
protected.
takes a bite out of your desk.
A bite
Why?
out of my desk?
Yep.
Huh.
Why?
And he swallows it.
Bug.
These
So I can
seven stones
teleport
are
back
very
here.
no.
Yes.
You ate it.
But I won't digest.
That's gross. But very interesting.
I have another stomach I can keep things in.
Ah, fascinating. Something to remember a place that he wants to come back to. You're probably familiar with the process.
This is usually not a place that people like to come. There have
Well, yes, this is for business. This is not something I'm going to come here for
he's like
relaxation.
writing like furious notes, I think, just like looking at you with a very confused face.
Egret mahogany.
Second stomach. Right.
Well,
Anyways, this
Well,
I have been thinking about your request to travel time and space It is difficult, as I have stated before, but I believe that there is something that I can ask. The only thing is that I swore an oath never to return them to this place. If you catch my meaning.
George?
Not no, Fraction, not George. He looks at he
Pocket?
looks
I don't think it's a
no.
something fraction.
It is not. It is. They are some things. They are also some ones. They each individually have their personalities, much like the Seven Stones, but not comparably.
No. Okay. Bahamut.
All of. No.
You see,
I cannot
Jeff is
summon Bahamut
laughing.
here. He is not of this. He does not want to be on this plane of existence.
You can't. Okay. Okay. Fraction shakes his head
okay.
confused.
It is okay, Fraction. Let me tell you what we're going to do. We are going to summon one of the 9 answers. There are only 2 of them on this plane that we know about, that we are able to communicate with. The others at this point do not have material bodies.
I think I would like put my hand on your shoulder, say, Fraction likes visual aids. Sometimes words, well, the words that we use in this language, go over his head. Metaphorically, sometimes literally. As then Jack kind of starts waving his hand over, like in a circle around Fraction's floating body. Tell you what, I will try to interpret what you say, and I will form reality as I want. Don't worry, I'm not literally teleporting to your office.
Assuredly. Yes. If this will help if this will help him, then yes, I would be willing to work under these circumstances. But for the process of our meeting here, I will say that how long has it's been, like 15 years maybe since we did the ritual?
Hasn't it been 10 years?
10 years? It's been a fair bit of time.
20
Since the
years.
last time.
I
Maybe
want to
it's been a
say
10-year
10.
time. Yeah, it was like a 10-year
wanna say
time skip at the start of the campaign.
Oh, that's right. So it's probably been even longer than that.
So much time. Holy shit.
No, it's been 10 years since the Dragon Rider campaign.
Oh. Yeah, and that was the last thing we did, right? So it has been 10 years since these beings, I will call them beings for the purpose of I will call them beings because that is what they are. They have their own things that they say and opinions that are very important to this world. Unfortunately, elves do not like them. Or at least my elves didn't. The elves that I am in constant and tense relationship with. Do you know of these answers? As he looks at Jacques.
You want me to roll a history check, Seth?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know shit.
Huh.
You don't know shit.
Well, maybe something.
You did. I rolled a nat 117. I love rogues.
Reliable talent is so much fun.
Why would Jock know anything from this area is my question.
Why would I?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I've been here at one point. That ancient Fate Forest seems like a nice, interesting place to kind of do some gallivanting.
If there was one sword I think that Jock ever would have met, I think he would have met the one that Yuri had. The
He
Last Dance, definitely.
I mean, he's seen Squelcher, technically.
Well, I mean, like, if he ever, like, in his lifetime encountered holding one or
Okay, yeah.
talking to one,
Okay,
I
yeah,
could
fair,
see
fair.
Jacques, the God of Change, vibing with a certain rapier that took us forever to get.
No. I'm joking.
That rapier was very
the way he's talking about this is not how I think Jock would have understood this. Like, kind of idea. The way the answers, I think with your check, it's something to where him saying it's 9 is like you've heard stories it's 11, 7, 13, like, so that's like a disparity, but like the idea that they're living things and not like an answer to the universe, that's like how they're usually interpreted in like literature. Is like if you find one of the 9 answers, you find one of the steps that help you understand gods, help you understand that what happened. And essentially that is true for those that play the Dragon Rider campaign, but it doesn't 100% work that way. It indirectly, he's talking about as if they actually are like items or people or constructs or something, kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's the big difference.
You offer a different perspective on what my knowledge had. Perhaps I could use some updating, and it's good that I'm having this conversation. My understanding is what you describe as the 9 answers. They are. What is a good equivalent? If someone were to encounter one, it is like you uncover the secrets to the life, universe, and everything. And the numbers are not consistent. I,
in a way, it is as such. When it is indefinitely 9, they are not, in my time, when they were around, or previously when they were around, it was a mystery, and I thought the same thing. That if we found all 9, that we would merely discover the secrets of the universe and the gods and all the things that make up this strange world that we live in. But what I came to realize is that they are stupid, or at least some of them are stupid, and have their own opinions. They all they all live in harmony with one another, creating a circle of 9 individuals that call themselves brothers, but believe that they are all individual and have nothing to do with each other. They are one large dysfunctional family of spiritual beings that I don't think I will ever understand. It was so bad that the 2 that are in fact stupid are the ones that are still on this continent, on this planet, somewhere. The other ones said that they did not want anything to do with them in the spirit realm, and they begged me to keep them here forever.
I forget that.
when such
When
things take on a personality of their own, these idiosyncrasies do tend to develop.
Idiosyncrasies is a term that I would not use to describe them. They are
They are not distinct. They are not
they
peculiar.
are they are distinct, and peculiar is once again not a word that I would use.
Very well, then let's adopt the one that you seem most comfortable with. Stupid.
Yes, it is very simple. It's off the tongue.
It rolls off the tongue and
Anyways.
falls face first on the floor.
Yeah, right. Which is exactly what I would expect Squelcher to do in a situation. Come out the sheath, fall on the floor, scream obscenities at me, shit himself, and then retreat under the bed. Was most of the interactions I had with that sword. Yes, they were at once swords, known as the Nine Answers, and within the Tree of Ghoul, me and the other dragon riders, and a couple other, dignitaries of the Elven lands, and we got together, and there was a ritual that I'm sure you've heard, that when all nine come together, you discover, you receive an answer to your greatest question. What this did was cast what we know as a wish spell. Something that the gods have seemed to have taken away from this land. It is a power that is unruly and, I'm sure that you know, changes things a lot. It can have various consequences. But they, the answers, when they left, were very adamant that it would change the fate of the world if they were to just disappear off of the face of the earth, which is what the elves wanted in the first place. The elves, ever since their creation, have regretted the makings of these answers. They felt that they were too, powerful to be given to any mortal being on this plane. In this, they asked me to keep their knowledge, and if ever they would be needed again for questioning, I could return them here. Unfortunately, it is a very rough process. And I would have to give one a physical form. But if there was anything that I would want to ask about your request of traveling time and space, it would be a good start. That's why we are here. And I'm sure he has prepped some secret ritual, and I don't have this actual spell, like, written. I don't think I ever got it. So I don't know what this entails.
It's one of those things I wasn't quite sure if it ever get cast. So.
Right. So now is a good time to talk about what the hell is gonna happen.
God, what
So,
the fuck?
Oh, holy shit!
We didn't ever think that we would be casting this spell.
I guess I just
Okay,
found the photo.
okay. So my DM brain has to ask this question: Are you want to summon the nine answers now?
I want to. Does it summon all nine of them, or does it just summon one at a time? Like, that's, I guess, the question. Because if it's summon all nine of them,
Oh shit.
no. No, I do not want to do that.
Oh, AK would be very pissed.
I will get in much trouble if I
All the
summon
trouble.
nine of them.
Fucking all the
Get
trouble.
Feanor, Horgonaut, AK, and some other people in the same room.
Well, they
I
don't
would like
have,
you
well,
because
they're
this
not
that
physical.
that question was a question I haven't fully developed in my brain yet. I would like you to
Yes.
roll a D100
Oh,
God.
fuck.
to match the high or low I just rolled.
Dear gods, please
Wait.
fail. I want to see what happens.
Remember, you will have a very angry orc thing in your.
It will summon.
Okay.
I know if it summons all nine of them,
Okay,
I will
so-
physically receive two of them. Like, literally in my hands. They will just appear in my fucking hands. Whatever they are, wherever they are. I understand that part. That if I use this spell, I will summon Squelcher and Thrombler to my
brain
hands.
is like my brain wasn't expecting to remember right now where all nine of them are off the top of my head.
Well,
I
no
thought we
indication
said.
of at least
I thought we said that all they were around. They didn't have physical forms yet. I remember what we talked about the last time. The only
Okay.
two that have
All right,
physical
well,
forms are the weapons.
Okay, so it's all right. I remember this key part though. The material component is the altar itself. You have to have like a font or
Oh shit.
altar.
So I would have to
Like
take
you need
to...
you need like a magical place, like a really strong magical place to make this happen.
Right. We can
To
go to
kind
the
of
tree.
go
Can we
through.
get to the Can we get to
The tree of Ghoul is the closest place to you that you know, like immediately off the top of your head. There's would be other places, but on Dragonback, that wouldn't take you more than about half a day or so.
Oh, come on. We know it's not on Dragonback. We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing out here in the Dragonlands.
You would have had a teleportation circle made by this point, yeah.
Oh yeah,
fair.
I think Alec has teleportation circles everywhere.
It has been
So
2 years. He could have had at least 10.
You know that, and then I remember, yeah, it is a day of casting time, to do, and to answer your question you just answered, you rolled in your favor. Like,
Fuck yes.
Oh, I don't think
you
you
roll.
roll for. Oh, are you talking about for the D100?
I was talking about the
D100.
luck question that I wasn't expecting to have
Oh,
answered because I
fucking
was thinking,
9 just appear. I'm like, oh no, no,
you
fuck.
like. I remember in the previous campaign, the altar describing it in such a way in the Tree of Ghoul that it's think of a like root stone, but it has this dial system almost like an old rotary phone, to where you could choose which ones you
Oh,
want to
thank
like
God.
kind of
Let's
summon.
go.
But the consequences that come from that are still depending on which ones you summon, what would happen, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff. Some of them are still in physical form. Some of them, like you said, are not. In the time we've had the discussions about these answers in the last couple of weeks, my brain has enjoyed making the correlation that the 9 answers have become this world's version of the Dragon Balls.
Oh yeah. They're the Dragon
It's
Balls.
perfect.
Are they the only thing on the planet that can cast the wish spell still, or like, because I know that you can't do that anymore.
No, they're
Yeah, I was
the
like, God said no.
there are other things. It's just the
Like
9
spell scrolls,
answers.
maybe?
The 9 answers represent kind of access to font level magic is kind of what they do. So,
Yeah, the
kind of
secrets of the
thing.
universe. Yeah, right.
There are other things to be sure. Like, in player knowledge, your characters have no reason to know this, like whatsoever. In the Egyptian campaign that I ran years ago with my dad and my family and stuff, one of the rogues stole from the pharaoh a luck blade that had 2 charges of wish on it. Kind of thing. So.
Dear gods.
I guess the
And
question is, were they used from that point on until now, depending on the timeline?
one was used at the end of the campaign. One was
But how long ago was the campaign?
timeline wise. This is like ancient times.
So
This
how
is
do we?
like this is like the start of the Dwarven Empire kind of thing.
Oh man.
Again, not that we
Oh,
know,
it's
but it's like,
ancient.
what are the odds that this rogue didn't use 2 of the other wishes at that point?
He was a halfling, and he was already really old. So I'm gonna say there's a high chance that there's one.
I
Still.
wish to be young again, and I wish for a sandwich.
He would never have done that. Actually, he was the most serious. He was the most serious halfling. I was just like, "Are you sure you're not a dwarf?" kind of thing. Like he's the most serious halfling. But nevertheless,
A sandwich that unlocks the universe. God.
Those who control the spies
No.
control the universe.
So I
No.
think if we have to teleport somewhere far, far away that isn't here, I have people that I can run and
Fraction
tell.
can teleport once a day for free. Just so you know. He hasn't been to many places, and it's all about what he has consumed to be part of him to kind of remember where to go. So there's a high chance that he's never been there to go off track. But
Right. But we have a circle there. I mean, I just have to tell people that
Oh,
I'm
the
not going to be
teleportation
there.
circle is a different thing because he also knows, right? Yeah, he also knows teleportation circle. He can do it once a day.
Yo.
He can just so he can connect to a teleportation circle if you tell him about it. Like kind of
Nice.
thing. He's just
We would.
his whole thing is speed. His whole thing is anything that allows him to travel fast. He can do that. Kind of
Nice.
thing.
He is cocaine.
He hasn't had a chance to do it yet, but he also can do time
And
stuff.
is
Yeah, of
oh my
course.
god.
Yeah, of course.
Action is the boy.
Is Horganoth around here somewhere? He has to
Oh,
be around here somewhere.
I can tell
right?
you exactly where he is because I've been thinking about what is Horde doing right now. So
Uh-huh.
Horde is currently with both of your kids.
Oh no.
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Fuck.
This is
Doing
not
what?
Well, you see, he's
Okay, why would Boone P let this happen? This is my
Yeah,
first
I
question.
don't. That's what I'm saying.
That's my first question.
Why would the daughter let this happen?
because Horde decided to sneak in and play with your son. That's why.
Okay, so it's like so it's one of those things that she catches Horganoth playing with the sun, isn't in the room, and is okay.
Exactly.
And Horg probably said, "Do you want to see something cool?" And she probably said, "Yes, I want to see something cool."
Because
God
she's
damn
been
it.
recently summoning demonology, and it's just like I don't know. She's a tween.
She's been in the she's a tween and she's been on a boring political mission. Oh god.
All right. Oh God, and she probably thinks Horganoth's kind of cute, and she doesn't want to admit it.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
No.
She's in her fucking Twilight phase. No.
Yeah, no, she's a tween.
Well,
Come on, she's a tween.
not a
well,
She's a
to be
preteen
fair,
crush on her uncle. Come on.
to be fair,
no,
Horde isn't over 100
They're
years old.
related by no means whatsoever. So.
Yeah.
Still, it
Yeah.
counts.
Yeah.
Horde, if he's an uncle, he's like that distant
She's
uncle
a half
that
elf too.
you only hear
so-
stories about as well.
Yeah, she's a half elf too.
It
so-
doesn't happen very many times to have someone that is an Alu fiend. It's very rare. Demons most of the time kill rather than yeah.
I was gonna ask. I wonder what she looks like too, because she would also be quarter elf, quarter human, half dragon, or half human, quarter
Eighth
elf,
dragon?
quarter dragon, eighth dragon.
Something.
She also has draconic, probably
To
features.
me,
Just hit
it's
up an
like
AI image
to
already
me,
for that.
I think the way that I would do that mechanically is probably make her a draconic sorcerer.
I think they're both draconic sorcerers at this point.
Yeah,
The
they
two of
probably
them.
start off at least draconic sorcerer, and the son, by what we've described, I would probably give him a little bit of he has more of the dragon blood, I would say.
Yeah, and she's a more practiced wizardly type of sorcerer, I think.
Yeah, like has a few like one or two levels in sorcerer, and then has like a level in like wizard or warlock. Probably warlock because Boone P was a warlock.
Yeah, probably warlock. Yeah, that makes sense. That probably also makes sense with why she thinks that Horg would be a little cute.
Horde is also
Boone P was
I have a little goth girl. No, I have a little freaking. I have a little toddler that sneezes fireballs and a 13-year-old goth girl in the making. This.
I mean, it should also
man,
be noted
Sounds
Horde-
accurate.
because
so
Horde
much
is
stress.
half demon, half elf. He's
Yeah.
in terms of like human aging, he's like a teenager himself. So
Yeah, he is. He's probably like 15, like mentally 15, 16.
mentally is a bit of a stretch, but okay.
Well, we'll say maturity speaking then wise for like where his body is at.
His
Where his
body,
body's
yes.
at.
Mentally,
Like he's easily like by our timeline, he's easily double that. I would say like with actually how long he's been on the Earth or on Earth, I should say.
Oh my
like,
god!
this is-
Anyway,
it's
you're
been
with
like-
both of my. You're both of my troublesome children.
Okay, you're in the playroom. Boone P not there. You're playing with the kid. He's giggling and whatnot, and then the daughter comes in and is like, what are you doing?
Oh, hey, it's you, the boring one.
I'm not boring.
Yeah, you are.
No, I can do this. And she does a little fire, like a wimpy little firebolt.
Oh, wow. This kid can fart fireballs directly at a bullseye. Have you seen it?
The
I
kid
have.
farts one, and there's like a little ball, like methane ball that she's just like you're both intimidated by for a brief moment. Like it's big for that kid. like, and she just kind of smiles and laughs. It's like, well, I'm trying. You shouldn't be here. My mom, she doesn't like you.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Hey, want to see something cool?
She looks around, turns around, has a little, she's a little blush and kind of nods.
I bet he can still hit a bullseye, even in complete darkness. And he snaps his fingers and casts his darkness.
Oh, lordy lord.
Wait, he can.
She kind of obviously makes a little whimper sound, is a little nervous. Unsure of what this means. You are a demon. And the kid just starts to gets real quiet and then starts just obviously shuffling around on the floor. Little baby. How are you gonna get him to do it?
Fuck, I didn't think that far ahead.
Oh no.
I could. No, he wouldn't hear the sound of the bullet. Fuck.
It is about this time you receive a message by ascending, asking Hoganoth, at this specific moment in this specific time, where are you?
Please don't kill my children.
The kid starts climbing up Organoth's leg. Somehow found his way through the darkness.
You get the message back with your kids, and that's it.
I think my eyes go wide. I look at because I am not there. I think we've teleported already.
Hmm.
So I
You
think
look like you
Jacques
have
just
something you
sees-
need to take care of.
No, I think I'm gonna get yelled at later.
Are you certain?
That's your biggest
Oh.
concern.
Yeah.
Jock.
Oh.
I think I
As
figured
you
it out.
say that, you start to get distracted by some of the pictography and runes and things that are on the walls of the tree, kind of in the room. You kind of get, and there's something so familiar about the imagery here. You're not exactly sure what it is.
This feels
You
like home.
it does in an odd way, and the name Ghoul, like you find yourself muttering it kind of under your breath, and not just muttering it. Like do you speak Celestial?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, you find yourself saying it in Celestial, which is like it has these three characters to it. It kind of goes through this process. Like you don't know how it is Celestial. Maybe it's something that Fraction is near you, and Fraction is a Celestial, and somehow you know that you've heard him, beep this before or something to that effect. But you just find yourself kind of the name is just you hear yourself saying ghoul, but it's not what comes out. It's uh and Fraction probably eventually notices. I imagine Alec is too distracted in the middle of the moment with
11,
everything
12,
going on.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
You see Alec literally counting on his fingers, like
Yeah.
Oh, how many spell slots is he gonna use for this?
Do not kill them. I will be home late. This was not my idea, for the record. That's all.
you would get a response to that. You get a response to that. Cool. Oh, I figured out. How to make your son fart fire on command. One little butt pat, and it's light show.
It's so good.
Wow.
More, even more.
I believe this to be very cool. Sometimes
Oh God,
now is
Man.
not one of those times.
now I have to make the
not
children. Now I
blow
have
up.
to. Now I just have to. No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
One of my inspirations.
My house. Let's go.
Fine. We can go practice in the sheep sheds. At least those can be fixed like real quick. They've gotten
Yeah, that's
real
fine.
good at cleaning up my shit.
Where the hell is my dragon, bro? What
They
the fuck? Is
they're
he still-
starting to
is he-
make their sheep sheds out of like cement now because
Yeah,
you've blown them
they're
up so
tired of
many
getting
times.
blown up.
How
My
many times
dragon's
you
digging
and
holes.
or Wildebrand have barreled into them to get a snack? Or how many times Wildebrand has dug into the shithole to make his own waste? You know, like
I feel like they're
Wildebrand
not.
reminds me of Wildebrand's just like the mix of a naughty dog and a naughty cat at the same time.
Yeah,
Like, yeah,
I
like
feel like
the
they're
most-
not.
My naughty dog.
The sheep shed. We just call it the sheep shed because it used to be the sheep shed.
It used to be, but it's like a reinforced like bunker now.
But now it's like, yeah, now it's like their treehouse, like their clubhouse, where they hang out, where they do dastardly things together. Yeah.
Well, you had all those bunkers made for when the dragons came.
Yeah.
So I imagine that's part of what it's turned into. It's like, no, we just make it out of metal and stone now. Because either we're going to be
Yeah.
attacked or we have a Wildebrand or Horgonoth luring a Wildebrand somewhere.
They're playing tag and shit under the city, like breaking structures, and yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Well, and there's a few others. Like my brain thinks that there has to be a few other dragons now too that they have in their mix. Especially some reds, like some little baby reds that probably annoy the fuck out of you guys. But
Yeah. I
nevertheless,
imagine that Alec has real Sirith vibe. Like, remember how Sirith was when like there'd always be like the little dragons kind of everywhere around him at all like around her at all times. I feel like since he's become this guy and probably like picked up that, I think that like that piece of dragon, what is it, the crystal ball or whatever thing? He probably has that around all the time.
No, it's the dragon orb. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think Alec has that kind of same vibe where like he says like little dragons and shit around him all the time and of every color, every color and every make and model. Yeah. So I think so. Yeah, there's definitely like little baby ones that follow us around and shit.
Question
Constantly get threatened to get eaten. Yeah. You know.
Question to God, just in case we can keep adding to Alec's stress. Since Alec is connected to all the swords, does it technically, how far of a range can he pick up on Squelcher's telepathy?
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Roll me a D100, sir.
Yeah, okay. 11. Probably not far.
I think I turned that one off. It's like when you change. It's like a walkie-talkie when you change the frequency on a
Okay.
walkie-talkie.
Alec, I imagine in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, but I like. I kind of am enjoying the idea that there's a constant tickle in the back of his mind that he knows comes from Squelcher bitching about something.
Yeah.
Um,
Good
like
shit.
you know, it's the Dragon Ball Z reference. Alec is now the dragon meter thing that they use to find the Dragon
You're the
Balls.
dragon
He's the
radar.
You're the
I
dragon
am the
radar.
dragon
Thank you.
radar.
You're the so you're the
Nail.
so
How do
um
you feel about
I
it, Alec?
saw a butterfly.
I
It
imagine if
Pokemon.
was
Alec
me.
like had a item to help him focus of some sort, like a crystal ball or something, to that effect. Or if he could listen in on
We have scry
Yeah.
spells and listen to them.
Hulk,
Yeah.
Hulk would definitely.
Jock.
I enjoyed that you brought up Surith too, because
Yes, Lord of
it
Change.
never got to that point because of what happened with Surith in the story. But she was on the way to becoming a Dragon Lord. That's kind of what she was working towards.
No.
Kind of things. But
Hulk,
life happened.
Hulk would definitely ask Squelcher, "Hey, tell Alec his daughter keeps following me around for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird."
Who did you say this name was to? I'm sorry.
To tell, he said to Squelcher to tell
Oh, okay,
Alec.
yes, Squelcher. Oh God, dude. How would Squelcher explain that to Alec?
A very
I don't know
simple
how Squelcher.
concept.
I don't know how Squelcher describes anything to Alec, bro. Like I don't constantly like. He doesn't like
you
me. I
you
don't like
just
him.
yeah, no, I don't. I think all that you get is like, as a father, like just this weird intuition that you need to talk with your daughter
Yeah,
about her
yeah,
life choices.
yeah. Like
So,
this is. Oh my
you
god,
just like have this
the
really
range of
strong
emotion.
intuition, and you're not sure why. It's just like, I really
The
need to
range
talk to her
of
later.
emotion on Alex's face, bro, in the last like 10 minutes has probably been crazy. It's probably just like he went from like super happy that we're about to do a thing that he's not supposed to do. I'm being a bad boy, and then he's like, "Wait, I'm not being a bad boy because my kids are in danger." Like,
In my house. Fuck.
and now I'm figuring out that like I'm not the only one who's affected by bad boys. Which is fuck. This is fucked up. Like I'm just like, I think I'm just looking like, why does my head hurt? Why does it hurt so bad?
As he begins to kind of set up the ritual, clean off the altar and things, there's little tiny fairy dragons and pseudo dragons and things just kind of about, kind of curious to what's going on. And
Welcome back.
Jock, um the familiarity of this place keeps kind of ringing to you, and there's something about even the way the creatures here seem to like recognize you. The tree itself is an entity. You can quite clearly feel it. Like the tree is not just like all trees are. You know this as a fae yourself, but this one has such a strong presence in history that is ages old. You don't know how many years this thing has been alive, how much it has seen. And there's a welcoming kind of warmth that comes to you. And Alec, eventually, your arcane intuition picks up on this fight. Eventually, you realize that there's something happening right now with the tree and Jock. That despite everything that you've been like having going on in the back of your head with your weird telepathy powers that you've been using, there's something you're seeing here now that makes you take a pause from setting up the weird dial and ritual and cleaning it off. And it's like a simple gathering of wind, a little twirl of magic. It's not grandiose, but the subtlety of it is what you know is something powerful for what you've already
Now,
done at this place before.
You
now,
seem
Seth, this feels like a
perturbed.
reaction that's ready to kick off. I don't know how much I can push, but if I sacrifice hit dice and sanity points, can I
Oh.
get something bigger?
You're willing to sacrifice that.
Okay,
Questions. I'm not.
before we do crazy shit in this tree, because I think we're about to I think both of us are about to commit war crimes at the same time in the same place.
Oops.
So I think Alec would pick up and say, "You seem perturbed."
Yeah, it's home. Like part of a great whole. And probably unconsciously, I'm probably donating hit dice, unless like fraction or Alec pulls me away from the tree.
Like
Are
you
you
could see him
bleeding on the
like
altar?
yeah.
Oh my
That's a good
god!
question.
If you're bleeding on the altar, then I'd be like, maybe you should not do that. Unless you have some explanation of what is occurring to me. Who are you? Who are
One,
you?
the great changeling. Just muttering, and I'm flipping between Primordial and Sylvan. What would it cost? Remember like how you had Mistra talk through Fraction? What would it cost to have the Lord of Change talk through me?
Oh, you just rise up in the air, lose control of
Yeah,
your limbs.
speaking in tongues. I mean,
Your eyes
I
start to
think I'm a good
glow.
vessel. I don't have a permanent form. Still limiting, but probably favorable. Alec gets one question.
I get one question to the God of
Interesting.
Change?
I'm gonna click
Why
on your sheet real
vanilla?
quick and remind myself of some things.
Also, hit points are like stamina, right? So it'd probably just be more like he's losing the color in his face, if there even is color. Like he looks more tired.
Let's see, as long as you're
all
not
right.
cutting your arms
What would
off.
it take? Sanity loss to be sure. Like this isn't even a roll. This is like
Yeah.
willful sanity loss.
I will give you 10 points.
What the fuck?
Hello?
Okay.
All right.
Jesus,
You
motherfucker.
can okay. Okay.
Yes,
I
I would
think
like to be
that's
admitted to a
fine.
psychiatric ward immediately.
Look,
All right.
I'm letting my lord talk through me because Alec
And
has
then
questions. This is the best I can
okay.
do. You brought me to one of the best places where I can set up this like phone call.
Man, what the fuck, bro?
Bruh.
Celestial Zoom meeting. This is crazy.
Okay. Well,
Oh!
Whatever that means.
So you
How much you lose?
he like comes near and like steps up on this altar as you're like on the edge, like clearing off where you know you need to um kind of insert some of the key reagents and like incense to like begin the small little fire. And like you're watching him as you're doing that and things going on in the back of your head, and he steps up there and there's energy wafting about him and whatnot. And then he kind of leans down and puts his hand down in the central point of this altar. And for what when that happens, there's like it's like the altar has goosebumps, and all of a sudden, like all of the kind of lichen and moss just kind of like lets go and just like kind of like poofs off, and it's kind of the place just gets as more clean than Alec has ever kind of seen it been before. And he has this like greenish blue energy start to run through his arms and up into his chest, kind of like following his arteries and veins, one opposite to the other, the green and the blue, kind of almost interchanging along the way. And you will take what was that 33 necrotic damage.
That's
34.
34.
34
All right,
necrotic damage. There you go.
take it. Cannot restore
And
immune in any way, shape, or form. Understandable. Do
yeah,
not pass
and
go.
you
Maybe
lose
collecting.
the sanity, of course. And Alec, you witness a change come over him. From where his hand is touching the altar and he's kind of knelt down is where it kind of begins with this color, and then very quickly rises up to the shoulder and takes over through his face, and his hair kind of elongates and turns into these weird tendrils, and his face kind of distorts and breaks and turns into a muzzle sort of looking thing. And there's these weird kind of golden eyes that appear somewhere in this mess of either vines or fur. It's not quite clear. And as this figure rises, all of a sudden he's like 2 feet taller or so. And the arm never disconnects from the ground. It like just elongates along the way, almost like a long kind of
Ugh.
tentacled tendril made of
Ugh.
the moss itself, almost, it seems. And that dark greenness kind of takes over and allows him to like root himself, quite literally. And he kind of can take form, and his eyes blink a few more times.
Do I know
And
what the fuck is going on, or he just randomly started doing this?
And does Alec
um
roll a sanity save?
Alec does need a
Alec doesn't
sanity
have
save.
Alec doesn't have a sanity score.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh.
Because we
So
didn't
I
do
don't.
sanity before this campaign.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
Fuck, man. He's losing sanity for sure. I'll tell
he
you
is
that.
losing sanity. He is
He's
losing
losing
sanity.
whatever invisible score he has. He's
I
lost a
mean,
lot in the past
it's
5
not-
minutes.
Just the average of your stats, right?
It is.
So just do
Is where it starts. Okay, so yeah, you lose probably. Roll a wisdom save with
Oh
Alec.
God.
like Pork has a sanity of 16 from my calculations.
Okay. You would lose not as much, but you would lose some. That's something I won't
What
have to
the
account for later.
Yeah,
Um,
I've seen some shit, but holy, I don't think I've ever seen this shit before.
No, kind of thing. To answer your question, I guess you could roll an intelligence check of your choice. Investigation, I don't know.
Religion. That could-
Religion,
Arcana?
Arcana,
Nature?
Religion?
Nature.
Religion would probably be the best one. I think I'm gonna roll religion.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think religion is probably the most important one of the three of them. Give me different shit, man.
He's a
Um,
smart boy. Very smart.
you were aware, for years before the Red Mother attacked and things, the War of Dobby and things happened. There was the cleric that lived here. And kind of kind of took care of, curated, I guess you could say, the Tree of Ghoul. He would talk of stories and prayers in the times that before he was kind of an old human guy by the time things were wrapping up, and he um would have been one of the guys that went away and never returned when Bahamut summoned a bunch of people, because he was a war cleric of Bahamut.
I think he
Um,
died. Didn't
but yeah,
Didn't him and
yeah,
Montolio die because they tried
yeah,
to do some crazy ritual here?
yeah, basically they were
Mm.
trying to. Besides the point. nevertheless, he would have
Rest in peace.
spoke to kind of the ancient quality of this place that connects to a deity, and then you remember, not in this room, but in another room, a mention of something that like a pictograph that kind of shows something similar to this. You know, a lot of the way the ancient deities were represented had more animalistic kind of qualities and stuff like that. Um, you're slowly putting two and two together that something about who this changeling is has allowed him to connect through the tree to something that he shouldn't be able to connect to, or if he does. Like that this is something that when your understanding would require the level of power that the answers have, kind of thing.
Hmm. The Lord of Change, I presume. The real one, I guess.
Um
Would he stand these be like, was that your question?
No. You see him physically go, oh no. It's oh no. I am in shock at your coming here. What is the occasion? Am I to ask you one single question? That is also not my question. There are I would like to preface this conversation by saying there will be many precursor questions to the question I would like answered.
um
Do not kill me.
Jock would laugh, like, and it's not his laugh when he laughs that kind of takes over at and like kind of laughing at the what's the word, the
He thinks,
naivete
he
of
thinks I'm an angry
this
god.
this human kind of thing. And
I'm just confused,
there's
man.
like the weird arm that's connected and rooted to the thing kind of moves and manipulates and crafts itself into a kind of bench thing made of wood, like really hard wood, that allows you both to kind of sit down. And um Jock, once Alec sits, he looks towards Alec, and this weird changing amorphous face begins to solidify into more of something it feels comfortable to be in, and it's something akin to a wolf meets a bear, sort of. But there's,
A bear wolf? Wolf bear?
A
yeah,
Beowulf.
there's something akin to that, but there's the way its eyes move remind you of stars. The way its hair and ears hang off to the side remind you of like leaves or cow, kind of thing. It's not any one thing at any given time. It's constantly kind of shifting between what all things could be considered life, kind of thing. And underneath that all, almost like it's like a carapace, you can see your kind of fey friend, quote unquote, Jock there. Like he's still there and he's completely present and aware of what's happening. He's not lost in any means. Like, so um there's kind of like ask your questions is kind of the thing.
Wha- wha- you like what? Oh my god. Um. Who are you? Like, where do we sit on do you know who I am? Do I know you? Are we related? I'm confused. Merely, I'm just confused. They were all
I'll let
just
Francis take the first question of who he is.
I think he would say, uh, I am what you would call, at best, an avatar. I cannot fully manifest, but this is a form pleasing enough to entertain a conversation. But I believe you know what I am.
well, yes, sort of. I mean, I know that you are a primordial force that is ancient in all manners of the word ancient. You wrote the word ancient, probably. So, God. Why is it always this strange to feel so insignificant?
Hmm. I think it's like thinking of the word insignificant. Do you believe yourself to be insignificant?
In the presence of a god, yes. And in the manifestation. Can it be done? This thing that you want, or that you're. Are you the same person?
There's like his head shakes no and nods yes at the same time.
What the hell?
You're not sure how he does it, but he does.
Just. So. Can this concept of. I've only viewed time through a glass many times. Um, Mostly through the answers and the rituals that the answers bring, but what you speak of is traveling this stream. Is it possible? And if so, why me? Any other bargain brand wizard would be more than willing to jump at this opportunity, and yet I am afraid.
To see if it is possible. That is the truth. Why, you were picked out of every bargain wizard. You have had a significant role to play in many changes that are going on in the outer planes. Your relationship with Organon, the 9 answers. These are but some of the few things you will play a part in. Your relationship with the Red Mother, your studies of the Dragon Lords, and Bahamut, and many more to come. But I cannot predict the future. For the future, much like the winds, are ever changing.
But as I was telling your friend before, the consequences of bringing the answers back here is hard to swallow.
There's
Paying
a shudder from Jock that lets you know he agrees. Like that this that's probably one of the reasons why he showed up. Like this is like everything kind of happened in the right moments kind of thing and to like allow him to be here. Like I don't know. This might be the domino effect kind of thing. You definitely
Oh,
get the
fuck.
impression.
If I need to know that if I do what I am not supposed to do, it will aid me in whatever it is that you say that you need me to do. And this is heavy because a lot of gods just do things because they want to do them and not because it needs to be done. It is a difficult situation. One that I do not know if. How bad is it gonna be after we do this? Because we're gonna do it. Sounds fun.
By it, you mean summon the answers?
Yeah, he kind of answered
Yeah.
like he says he's like I'm gonna do it. It sounds fun. I'm just gonna get in trouble.
I think Jock, quote unquote Liam, sees something at this point that answers the question, but like Alec doesn't hear the question answered, kind of thing. So it's kind of like whether or not and how you want to deliver the information, sort of thing, I guess. Um, Summoning the 9 answers is going to be one of those things. You see a lineup of events that it will cause that will be partially in a significant way, but still partially, not a whole responsibility, but a significant responsibility for the coming World War. Like, it's one of those things that the answers being put back into play will make certain moves happen, especially with the elves. Like, for a fact. Like, once Fairnor finds out what's going on, he's not gonna like this. Not at all. So. And then if other powers at play start to hear that the answers are back, I don't know. The human kingdom's looking for an answer, pun intended, to their undead crisis.
Oh, poor humans.
I think it's like while like I'm swimming along in this avatar body, I think a voice that is most resembling to mine would kind of you out to kind of relay this type of information to Alec.
Okay. So it's like nothing directly that you do. It's one of those things that you know when you summon these back. It's like the fucking Dragon Balls. They land in a random fucking place, and if you're not there first, that's the thing you can't control. Like, is the out of your hands, like, kind of thing. So that's what Alex starts to see is like, even if you only summon 2 of them back, they're not going to summon right in your hand. That's just, and I don't know, unless you do other crazy shit, I guess, maybe, but. Well, high level wizards always surprise me. So, blade of disaster, cutting
Yeah.
through a primordial to kill a gnome lady. That's all I'm gonna say. That's our most recent adventure. Kind of thing. So, Alec kind of, with the way that I think that voice from Jock would explain, sounding, very much like him instead of this deific kind of presence. You're not sure if the face that's up above that is the deity is happy or perturbed or whatnot by this delivery, but you can definitely see it gives pause kind of thing. There's a sense of surprise that Jock is able to control still. kind of his own consciousness, kind of thing. Like you definitely get like this thing is not used to whatever this avatar is. This is a new thing for the deity. It's never done this before. I don't know, and I think to Alec and also to Jock, it might be a little weird to understand and have that feeling that a god can be shocked by something like that he has never seen something like this happen before either. You definitely get that impression, which is just kind of weird. I think to kind of be in the presence of that idea that a god has never seen something like this happen before, where a I don't know, there's never
I
like an
mean,
avatar like this kind of thing. Like
like
he
weird.
well,
I
it's
get
not.
it.
It's weird for this god. Like this god has never done something like this before. Other gods have done stuff like this before. This god has never done something like this before. He's never had an avatar that has been crafted to have a presence on the material plane before. He's had summons and entities and
Yeah,
other things.
messengers and envoys, but not like
Yeah,
here
yeah,
I am.
yeah. He's never done something like that before. So it's like that. He's has that naivete again that he probably has never had since the beginning of time, kind of thing. Because the primordials are the gods that are that old. Like, most of your other gods, like Cuthbert and things like that, they're not that old. They're not going to go back to like the beginning of time, kind of thing. So, nevertheless, Alec, what do you do? You've realized that if you summon this, you might not be able to control the quote unquote fallout from it. So,
If I might even add on to that, um, because you would know at least you might not know where um, Lazarus is, but you do know that two of the swords are in possession of someone that you do already have contact with. So if you would summon them, you wouldn't summon those two in particular, because otherwise now you got to chase those down.
yeah, there is the caveat of their attunement does kind of establish that. But I like to think because of the strong connection of the answers, now that I think about that, like I think Horgonoth and Lazarus might sense something through their swords about this happening,
Yeah.
which adds another layer of something Alec can't necessarily control. Because although you trust Lazarus and Horgonoth, you can't always predict what they might be involved in because they're both characters that live rather chaotic lives.
Yeah, I remember Horganov is Horganov, and Lazarus is literally undead and monster hunter. So
I imagine Alec having a horror image of Lazarus facing off with some weird undead bone monster, and then he dies, and the bone monster takes the sword, and you're just like, "Fuck no, no! Oh my god! Oh my god! We have a lich! Shit! Lich! Everyone! Red alert!
Lich
Red
alert!
alert!
Lich alert!
Lich alert. He just wonders if he only summons one, because he only needs one. He only needs to ask the question of can this time machine be built to one?
You can summon one, but you can't control where it will
Yeah, you can't
appear.
control where it would go.
Unless you're gonna bring up some weird spell that I'm not thinking of right now, which I don't know what that would be right now. That's where it would be. Which
I mean, what if you also cast locate object while doing
I could
this?
just cast a locate object and find it.
well, locate object is
it has to be
1,000
within
feet.
the feet. Yeah, it has to be
Oh, you're
within
right.
my radar. I could
But
strive for it.
could we add that he's next to the font, so his magic could be amplified?
Well, I could
Dude,
strive
When
for
we're
it.
next to yes, the font. This is where with what just Francis did. This is where you would need to sacrifice sanity and or hit dice
Oh,
to basically do that. To use the font to manipulate something like that. You can, yeah.
I could strive for it and see if we know where it lands, but
I mean, worst comes to
Scrying, you at least know, you've at least seen all these, you've at least seen them all before, so scrying isn't necessarily a problem. It's being able to, with the scry, pinpoint, like you're gonna have to roll a survival check or investigation check to kind of like pinpoint where it is based upon the scry kind of
Right.
thing.
I mean, we could do that.
I mean,
Like you guys are high level, so I'm
Yeah.
not necessarily worried about that. You have some bardic inspiration in the group, so it can help with some of those things and things like that. But nevertheless, like it's not an easy check in my mind.
worst
So
worst comes to worst, like the matter of is a time reversal spell or whatever possible. Like if any answer will do, then you could just use Squelcher without going through all this process. Like so it
No,
would have to
I
be a
think
very specific answer that you're looking for as well.
yeah,
As well.
it would have to be one of the ones that would know. And I think the only one that I could think of that would know is the leader of them, the oldest one of them, the first one created, right? Answer where
okay, you're
there's a
trying to
reason they
you're
call
trying to
him
get what answer from him?
if it's because Jacques had brought up the idea of creating this, I guess, a spell or some sort of way to travel through space and time, whether that's planarly,
Okay, to what end? Why are we gonna do that?
and that's why I was like, why are we doing this? That's why I'm asking the God of Change, why the fuck
Like,
do you need to know?
Well, the original intent was to, again, just transport between here and the Feywilds to make a more or less a permanent transition from the material plane to the Feywilds, as a means of, in case something bad is going to happen, at least there's this exodus that can happen at this one permanent place for all creatures, magical and whatnot, can just leave.
Oh, so I'm making a literal like rift to the Feywild is what you want me to do.
Yes.
Oh
okay,
god.
all right, and so you're
I
gonna
guess
summon the main answer to ask how,
if it's possible, like if
if
I
it's
can just make a
possible.
permanent one, yeah, that would like not have repercussions, because that Alec would be like, yo, that would have repercussions because there'd be shit that
Okay,
would want to get out.
okay, um,
Or if I could give a god the power to do it, so shit doesn't want to get out. But
okay. Idea number B.
oh no.
Idea number B of something else that could probably work too. Um, uh, let me scroll back up. Yeah,
Fucking Paris could
okay.
just ask Mistra.
If I don't even do this,
Well,
that'd be
you
great.
could, well, like, kind of to piggyback on that action. Um, the 9 answers are entities. The answer is an entity. He's a creature. You could attempt ascending.
Only a 5% fail rate.
Oh, I could
Like,
do
like if
that.
they're on a different plane of existence, yeah, it's only a 5% fail rate. So like you could do that and not have to summon them at all, I guess, maybe potentially, unless you really want to.
No.
Kind of thing. Because if you're just trying to ask it a question, then it would either be sending would be more direct, and there's that slight chance of failure, or you could do something like commune or something which is more indirect but doesn't usually fail. So
Well, I guess we're rolling for a 5% fail rate. I
okay.
guess we're doing it.
And sending's also limited to the number of words. So like
Yeah.
commune isn't limited to the number of words you can use, but it's cryptic in its response. It's not going to necessarily give you a more direct response. So give and take, give and take, give and take. And you bring up the Misra thing. My idea is just like if we can contact fucking Misra, like
Yeah,
I
right.
don't-
why can't you contact a sentient sword?
yeah.
You know,
Sometimes it just
like my brain is just like one of these things is like a sentient sword is should be easier to contact. You would think, right?
yeah.
I hate sending. I love sending. It's just like one of those spells that like this campaign. Normally sending up to this campaign was just like, hey, this guy over there 1,000 feet. I don't want to yell. I'm gonna send sending to him. And this all of a sudden these next two campaigns is just like, hey, I'm gonna contact people across the continent, across the world, across
Yeah,
planes.
I'm to be God.
I want to
God.
contact God.
Well, it doesn't say you can't. It just says there's a 5% chance it doesn't work. Which is just like insane to me. All right, it obviously works with the 41 I just rolled. So, you of course have no awareness of where they're at, when they're at, all of those things, but you do have a connection that lets you know, like you feel something through the weave that lets you know you're connected. So, what do you say?
Is it possible to create a uh travel point between space and time? Hold on.
Because like I remember one aspect of why, well, space and time are, at least IRL, inextricably linked to one another. I don't know how it works within fucking fantasy land. Uh, but I do remember Jock brought up in the first conversation with Alec, that he mentioned time because of the Feywild's tendency to be fucky wucky when it comes to
Yeah.
the material plane and time relations. So, like,
Well, yeah.
because it'd probably be easy to get a portal there, but to
You
make
can just
it
plane
to
shift there.
yeah, but to make it like a portal that'll establish that the times actually sync up as well, that's probably the
Exactly.
difficult part.
Exactly.
Like
That's why, yeah.
the underworld is easy
Um,
because it's probably a one,
5, 6, 7.
death is constant anyway, so no reason for it to speed up or slow down. But the Feywild, who the fuck knows? You're walking for 2 seconds, all of a sudden you're on the edge of a cliff when you were just in a chasm.
5, 6, 7, 8.
all of a sudden, you are a flower.
You are just a flower. You are on a drug trip, and it's just
Well, it just reminds me of the old movie Hook with Robin Williams when he like first gets to the Neverland, and all these weird flowers that just like squawk at him and talk at him.
3. Oh!
this is a very in-depth 25 word. It's like I have to do this.
This
all
is this is the sickest 25 word message I think I've ever sent.
Like,
Is
I
it
cannot-
possible to create a travel point between space and time for the purpose of linking the Feywild's time to our space, vice versa?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Vice versa.
So yeah.
It has never been done with the Feywild, but yes, possible. The rift of the wall was one instance. Another was at Grindstone's Grain when Kozilek rose up a font.
He looks around him and to the avatar that is creating a bench that he's sitting at. And he says, it would require the magic of a place like this, but it can be done.
Alec, you would know, and I think Jock would come to the same conclusion through his connection here. To do so would basically be sacrificing the tree. Like the amount of power you would use to do that would basically, the tree wouldn't exist anymore afterwards. Whatever that would mean, how that would work is up for interpretation still, but you would have to sacrifice this font in order to create that connection.
That's upsetting.
Because the tree of Ghoul is not a full font. If that makes any sense. It's like it was used to create this tree, and then the tree is what's left of the energy of that font. So it wouldn't be like Grindstone Grain, where it would have basically, literally and figuratively, a pool of magic that it could kind of build up to and kind of use. This, it doesn't have that quality. So you'd be basically using the life force of the tree to do this. That's the only thing you know of without doing some crazy dragon heart shit, which would involve, sacrificing dragons to kind of have enough energy, enough power to kind of like allow this to happen.
Oh, Bahamut.
The only other idea you could think of, speaking of like power, it's more of like a physical sense. If you could harness something from one of the physical elements of the world, like you sacrifice the energy or power of a volcano or a river or something like that, which you're veering on that point to necromancy. Any of the other points are more like conjuration, transmutation kind of stuff. To be sure.
So I suppose you have your answer, God of Change.
Always a sacrifice. And I think the jock in me would be like, "Oh, always a sacrifice." Uh, I think I also speak for. I don't mean to presume to speak for me or for the Lord of Change, but I don't like that. That we have to like. Again, we can't predict the future, but it's like, are things going to be that dire that will require sacrificing the tree? Maybe.
Or something else that you would need. Yeah. Like it kind of is. Like, and it's one of the things that I think the God of Chain, something that gods and bar are not omniscient. They don't know everything.
Yeah.
So kind of thing.
Celeborn would still be alive otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like, if things get so bad that sacrificing the tree seems like a worthy sacrifice, then maybe. But right now, things don't seem that bad that we're gonna have to destroy the tree to do this. But it feels like in case things
that's
do
for
get that
something
bad.
permanent. That's for something permanent. Like you could use other things to think things more temporary. And you mentioned the ancient Fey forest that's on this map. Like there are in the that ancient Fey Forest is one of a few that exists throughout the world that I think Jock would have come from. Like, there's one near the Animaesus lands. It's to the north of the Animaesus lands, like equivalent of like northern United States, Canada area, kind of thing. Like, there are temporary portals to the Fey lands that just open here and there that are unpredictable, kind of thing. So there is a potential to harness one of those things. If Alec wants to roll a history check to think of other possible things that could be used, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, boy.
I was gonna
Um,
say, what did you want a bardic inspiration on there?
Sure, bro. I'll throw it
Like,
on there
I
if
guess
you have one.
think, wizard,
the
think.
higher
Like
it is, it's like the more things you're aware of, kind of thing.
Like you hear Liam's voice, think, Doctor Wizard, think.
What is your hit die? What is your bardic inspiration die?
D8. I believe, yeah, D8.
Oh, nice.
Fuck.
33s. Okay.
33.
There would need to be some sort of sacrifice or transmutation of something in order for this to work. But things that you've read about that could possibly work are um things I've already mentioned, dragon hearts and a volcano or the tree of Ghoul itself. You could potentially also some of these edifices of the ancient world that still stand, like some of the towers of the elves or things like that, have a connection to the weave that could be used, but it would be manipulating without the permission of the elves, to be sure, to do those things. And those would be like the extent of what you know in the lands that you're from. Um, to the west of Alec, when we get to the on this map, it looks like a little island, but this is actually like Saudi Arabia area, more or less. Kind of thing. There are ruins to a ancient people that outdate the dwarves and even the orcs. Not quite the elves that were part of the things that the primordials had to deal with to kind of establish the modern age that you guys are in. They're kind of like how do I word this? They're a race of giants. They are connected to the giant kin, but they have a connection to the weave that is innate, that most other creatures would never have possession other than something maybe like weird like a fae or something. You actually may have seen one or two of them, Alec, in your fighting in the alternate planes. Now thinking about some of that, but they have one of their like I guess equivalent of like a dragon heart purpose, like their heart, their brain. Like if you could kill one and bring back them or like sacrifice one, that could be something that could allow an opening of a portal. And then if there's something you could maintain for like a resource, basically, kind of thing. But this is the equivalent of a consistent like CR18 fight. Like these things are not,
Jesus.
they are not like, you know, they have disintegrate spells that they can cast at will. So
Well,
nothing.
if he has his answer, I would tell the God of Change before he leaves that it was a pleasure to help him with whatever he needed, and mayhaps we should return to the Dragon Riders Academy. I have much research to do now, it seems, on this matter. Because Alec doesn't want to get rid of the tree, right? The tree is like an integral part of this. Not only like, I think if it was just a tree where nobody hung out, it was just a dusty old tree, he'd probably be like, yeah. But since like,
It's got a history.
but since the old keeper died, he's kind of become the keeper of it, and the ecosystem like of dragons probably is like centered around this tree. So
Yeah,
I feel like
just a
Alec,
little bit.
and I feel like Alec always prioritizes like the ecosystem of preserving dragons over like anything. So like anything that he can do to like preserve dragon kind, that's like his
Yeah,
one mission in life.
the
Is like if
tree
I fuck up
represents.
everything else,
Yeah,
like that's where we need to be. So
as far as most dragon riders and most people of these lands are concerned, the tree represents where dragon riders came from, where even some dragons some people think came from. Like where the first rookery was, the first nest kind of thing was. And there's still dragons that nest in the tree. Like they have for ages and ages. So
speaking of which, we probably have a nest here if we're working on, rebuilding the order. I guess not to like put it in like too weird of a term, but there's probably a hatchery here, mayhaps. Huh. So no,
Okay.
we're not. He would tell you, offer on the table. I'll help you find something, but I'm not sacrificing this tree so that you can go gallivant in the Feywild forever and ever. I need it
I
here.
think there would be an agreement in both. Like unless things get really, really bad that such knowledge may be warranted, we could find something else.
Right. So yeah, and at some point I take you back, and yeah.
Jock, roll me an investigation check or nature check.
Let's go with nature because I feel like it's on, and I get advantage on. Huh.
Oh, wait.
I mean, technically, also, yeah.
Hi. Okay.
You know what? I haven't spent an inspiration. Let's do it again. Let's retry that.
No one spent an inspiration yet.
Yeah.
Unless I've missed it. Okay, that's different.
That's very good.
Okay, because I was like 23, I'll give you partial. 31, that's different. Jock is more than well aware of the beast from the lands that he has been existing in. And a quaint idea comes to mind that may be an answer to things. I don't know. Like you're moving kind of in that direction. They seem to be. Eros wants to go back to the city, and there's all sorts of everyone's questioning the beast's existence and what happens to it next. The beast could be a source powerful enough to create this connection. If you found a way to manipulate the seals and transmute that energy into something, it is something that like you're looking at a lick, you have a powerful wizard there, Sarek, Eros, who has these strong, just innate connections to the magic of the world, it seems. The idea comes to mind, like that it could easily be used as something instead of a font, instead of this tree, because it is something as old, as powerful.
Again, the words ring always a sacrifice. Except this time, the sacrifice will be a city. Well, there is another changeling working towards that. So yeah, we'll see where that goes.
There's also, I think, the other idea of maybe one of the primordials mechanoids like Cash too. Like if there's one that's strong enough, and I don't know, it comes to mind they have powers that you've never seen before. So at least you as Avatar have never seen before.
Yeah.
Okay. We would go to the teleportation circle and go back to the academy.
Oh, I
Uh,
imagine like I am convulsing as soon as like the avatar form like regresses back into nature. I am like changing through different forms, different Animaesus, different humanoids, elf, human, hyperventilating, laughing hysterically.
I'm sitting on this bench awkwardly, waiting for you to stop. You know, like,
That's work, darling. Oh, where's Fraction? Oh, I
Action would
can't.
like come down like Spider-Man almost from the top, and
yeah.
he was intimidated and a little scared by the whole thing, to be sure. Not fully understanding. Now that you're kind of look fine, you just look like, the part of your body that was kind of connected to it looks like you were like you slept on that side really hard, and it has like impressions on it, or like there's like a giant suction cup that took up over your whole body. Like it's like
Mhm.
your skin's slightly distorted in color, to be sure. Um,
It's
even as you
like,
transition between all the forms.
yeah, but I feel like every transition, it's like I'm actually straining. Before it was like breathing. Now it's like I gotta flex a muscle or like really, really hard. Like it's like I almost can't even transform because I'm just how that fatigued and how mind broken mind breaking the experience was. Like kind of like struggle back to be Liam. Uh, let's have some tea and get back to more mundane matters. Like, what was it? Genociding a sect of dwarves, right?
There will be no genociding of any dwarves, not on my watch. That will be a thing
Well,
for you.
well, I wish it was so simple like that. But Eros and Strike, they really have it out for these dwarves. Like,
Yes,
really, really have it out for.
yes.
Like,
Well,
really, really, really have it out for them.
What can I say?
yes,
It was
well,
fantastic.
when when you are invaded by a force, you make a decision. Sometimes you have to put these differences aside, and sometimes, from personal experience, these differences do not get placed aside, merely gated around. If you can believe it, there was once a time where we were not friendly with elves. I wouldn't say that we're friendly with elves now, but I would say that we're working on it.
As he has two half elven children. There was some friendliness that happened. I'm just saying.
There was at once a time where the elves had a king, and we watched him
Look,
die
all,
and almost got framed for it. So yes, we did not like elves for a very long time. But we can learn to find agreements. And sometimes, if the only way to agree is to disagree, then that's where we find ourselves. I cannot blame the young Eros and whatever the hell Strike is. Because at some point they will have to find that they have their own decisions to make. And if they hate dwarves, hey, they hate dwarves. You know?
yeah. I'm just curious to see
How
how this story plays out. Oh,
Hmm.
before I forget, and I toss you a diamond worth 5,000. I kind of burned my last scroll that you gave me to get here. Can you give me a couple more?
I catch it in my hand with cat-like reflexes and go, yes. Yes, I can. Just like looking at it, like
I love it. I just
that's
came
like
to a
those
weird
dramatic dragon
conclusion.
tendencies, man.
Alec is the Mr. Utterson of this story.
Yeah.
Alec is the everyman that was there to actually help things along, but doesn't understand half of what's going on most of the time. So he's just
Yeah.
like shrugging his shoulders, hoping it all works out.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the thing.
I like money.
Money's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I
Well,
like how everyone is always like, bro, why are you trying to genocide dwarves? And Arrows keeps saying, I'm just trying to kill their army. Why do you think I'm trying to kill innocent civilians? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
exactly. It's just a fucking army. They started it, the bastards.
That's what happens when you talk about re-engineering their bloodline to cause mass destruction.
All I'm saying is someone's gonna find the ingredients to that.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like
Yep.
either I build a
Guys.
nuclear bomb or I build genocidal poison. The fuck, man.
I told you that the story's a burr. How do humans destroy
How does
the
magic
magic
end?
world?
How do the fairy tale creatures leave the
We're
world?
learning how dwarves
No.
get like xed out of the world here.
Yeah, I was trying to create an Exodus portal. I was trying to make someone be Moses, but
No, which makes sense. Which 100% makes sense for who the deity of Jock is. So, kind of thing.
yeah, Alec, you could have been Moses, Alex. You could have been Moses.
No. There
Okay.
is no you could have been. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Knowing this character, we're gonna
No,
freaking
I
get there.
100% can see, like in the near future, Alec and the Dragon Rider Academy afloat, being this like giant barge of like safety for like magical creatures and stuff.
Yeah.
In the near future, like you have Alec's great grandchild running it, or Alec somehow just earns immortality by that point, and it's just
God,
Damn.
no.
Now I'm literally thinking of that Family Guy meme of
You're a
Theodore
god.
looking at Alex's second child like, what the hell is this?
What's this? Come on, change.
Ugh, yeah, that's my son. He's a menace. I can't wait till that son can speak and can do stuff. Because when he can speak and do stuff, he's gonna be a dickhead.
Question, Seth. Isn't the tree of Ghoul the tree with picture of the ancients on it with the stampeding parade and others at all?
Oh yeah.
Has anyone figured out what that means yet? Because I know no one else in the group except for me was in that session of when
Yeah.
the picture occurred.
Come again?
There's a picture.
Alec just rolled an insane history, and so did Jock. well, Jock rolled a decent one. I like that idea.
Was Francis Chuck all along?
Sort of.
Holy shit.
It gets
Sort of.
complicated.
Sort of.
There's so much you still have to learn. It's amazing.
I like the idea of Alec knowing about this weird story for the Tree of Ghoul of how it came to be, kind of thing. But
Oh yes.
not necessarily. Definitely thinking like this is just a weird myth that the original inhabitants of these lands, which were Fae, basically, would kind of talk about. But I haven't thought about that. I kind of thought about that a few weeks ago because I was working on the game, and I got some inspiration. I was trying to finalize some of the NPC character types, but that's interesting.
For the sake of player knowledge, during the during a beta session of sets Ancients of Brur, we played as a creature known as the Stampeding Parade, and he was in a single phrase a frat boy, and he and his friends
He was
had
a frat boy centaur,
a frat boy giant centaur.
giant centaur. Like he was big. He was like
This
like a
does
huge
make
creature.
sense.
And him and his friends got drunk and had a party and carved a picture into a tree of that party.
Seems legit.
The Stampeding Parade is responsible for many things in the lands by indirect ness, if nothing else. Because the Stampeding Parade myth goes that he could traverse hundreds of miles in a blink of an eye, and he would leave wakes of valleys behind him because he would just be running that hard and fast. So, crafted some of the world around you, to be sure.
Not on
The
purpose.
system was a little bonkers in the beta. It's changed a little bit, but it's still a little bonkers. Because I
Kinda
enjoy
bonkers the
those
last
things.
time I played it too, but we had a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
I'm almost ready for a point to do another one shot with it to kind of do another playtest with it. I have enough of the classes. One of the classes is pretty much done, which I'm excited for, but I need to make some monsters. Which that's a whole other ball of wax now, trying to figure out how that works. But all right. We go back to the academy after some deific and sanity explorations, to be sure. And I guess in a bigger question, kind of broad spectrum question, is there anything else we want to do in the Dragon Rider Academy before you guys go to your next step, which was teleporting to the City of Salt?
Well, Strike and Eros were preparing to.
Oh, the commune, yes.
Yee.
Okay. So Liam and Alec would be gone late into the evening, and Eros and Strike, it would like, for ease of things, we'll say it just kind of transitions into the next beautiful tropical morning that many of these lands are. And Strike and Eros make their way out of their guest room in the academy, down many flights of stairs to eventually cross over and between one of the orchards to go to these catacomb entrances where you met Lady Brunhilda, the Raven Priestess. You find her in the open altar room where everyone was praying, but instead of like 50 plus people, there's like only a dozen or so. And most of them there are obviously to assist and or watch Brunhilde's commune with this strange being known as Chiton. There is a understanding you quickly come about that they believe Chiton is, they believe all creatures are, but the way they're approaching this commune is as if they are asking as the mother raven to their child, Chiton, kind of thing is how they approach. It's kind of going to be taking. um, Nevertheless, you guys kind of sit and watch them finish kind of setting up for a moment before Brunhilde comes over and has some more accoutrement around her neck and, you know, little earrings and things, extra stuff, baubles and things that hint to her connection to the Raven, but also you can see she's has symbols of other gods and deities to help hopefully have them aid in this search for something that she knows not really much about. As you learned last time, she doesn't seem to know who this deity chitin is. After finishing setting up, I think she would turn to where you guys sit on these stone kind of um bench things in this catacomb area. You know, just a little bit of flicker of light from behind you from the sunlight from the morning, and then most of the light you're actually using to see in the room comes from the candelabras and other kind of candles just kind of squashed on the floor or shelving of the stone and stuff. And Lady Brunhilde with her long braids and weird extra kind of like accoutrement to like signify her priestliness. She turns to you and says, "You can ask 3 questions. They will only become in an answer of yes or no. But they will be truthful."
Okay.
Shit, arrows, I will leave that to you. You're better spoken than I am in any way imaginable.
You you sure you don't want at least one question? I mean, he's literally been inside you for years.
I guess it makes sense. I will take one question, yes, but let's have you begin. I need some time to think about it.
Okay, no problem. So, question the first. Hmm. Mr. Chitin, god of whatever you're the god of, would it be. No. Would you be okay if I cast Sending on you?
Strike shakes his head. Even
Okay.
Strike shakes his head. You know it's weird.
I don't know what the question I was expecting, but that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Okay. Um. Well, let's get all the questions together. Let's get all the questions.
Okay. That will be question the first. And question the second. Hmm. This time I'm thinking about this a little bit. Would you? Are you against what our dwarven enemies are seeking to do with the Primordials, your creation?
I guess that's my turn to speak.
Yep, your turn.
Titan, last time we communed, you let me see what Adira was up to at that time. Would you allow me to see what she's doing right now? Is that possible?
Big questions. Okay, so Brunhilde gathers the questions and kind of writes them down in Dwarvish next to her so she can finish the ritual. And she goes back to the kind of circle that's been established at the top of the altar and gets on her knees and goes through this bout of chair and chanting. God goodness. Prayer and chanting. Oh.
Air and
Prayer
Prancing.
and pray.
That's okay, guys. I'm okay. Uh, and there's a shift in like the pressure of the room, and the some of the candles kind of go out. Others just flicker. Others just kind of very, very brightly ignite almost even more. And the Lady Brunhilde kind of, her body language goes stiff, and she kind of has her head cocked back, sort of. And she mutters answers in order, a great pause between each one. To the first question of sending, you hear eventually an answer of yes, but there's a confusion in the way it's answered.
Eros just
Uh,
does just a yes with a with a clenching of the fist.
the second one about is he against your dwarven enemies?
And what they're doing with the primordials.
And what they're doing with the primordials. Yes. Yes. It's a more emphatic yes with that one that it comes out quite clearly through Brynhilda's voice. And then the second one is it just has to be a one word answer. Usually it's yes or no. It doesn't have to be yes or no. For the thing about Adira, I think it's like unable, which like once the Brunhilde coughs and kind of gets back into her own consciousness, she would kind of intuit from that looking at Strike. You know, maybe she saw something in the vision, kind of thing. Chitin may not be able to. Another deity probably could.
Another deity? Like who?
Another that knows her.
Who would know
He
about
seems very far away. He seems. They all seem this way, but my mistress, when I commune with her, I hear her. She's next to me. She touches my shoulder. She embraces me.
Can you give me a name? Eros could probably contact her.
Wait, contact who?
Little goddess.
Oh,
Well, if you
that
have the
lady?
ability to send across planes, could you not send to this Adira?
I mean, yeah, but it was.
Holy shit, that's an idea actually. Eros, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it!
I mean, sure, I can. I was just thinking like you wanted to see her, like vision, not just words. But I can try.
Just want to know I wasn't hallucinating and she's actually out there somewhere.
Okay,
Um,
I guess.
Brunhilde would stand by this point, look at you two, just a little confused, kind of shake her head. She's like, is that all?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I got the answers I needed.
She kind of nods and gathers some of her stuff and says, I welcome you to say a prayer to the Raven. The Mother watches over all.
Yeah, I
And
still haven't
she
gotten this down the whole prayer thing. Still figuring that out with Mishra. I don't want to,
just
you know.
get on your knees and
Wait, there are other reasons to get on your knees?
you
Stand with
probably
your mind
make
lost and I'm
Brunhilde
transfer.
blush. You probably make Brunhilde blush at that, and Brunhilde's probably gonna be excuse herself.
Oh, she's a corrupt nun, alright.
Hmm.
Come on, she had 7 kids. And
That
she
makes a lot of sense.
Hey, just because you're of a man or a woman of God doesn't mean you can't, get it on.
That's very true. But anyway, Eris, just if you can contact Adira, let her know I love her and I'm proud of her.
Yeah, of course. No, not a problem. And I cast sending. She's obviously on a different plane of existence. We are safe. The message goes through. Very close to not going through. Fucking hell.
it's kind of like a bad radio connection sort of thing.
And she will say, "Hi, Adira. Eros here. Strike wants you to know that he loves you and he's proud of you. And honestly, we all are. Miss you."
A much more adult female voice than you would probably expect responds back. Um, by the gods, I never thought we'd talk again. I am glad you found your way. I'm glad he is safe. You are safe. I will hopefully be safe too.
Well, damn, didn't have to end it on a sour note. Message went through. She's glad that you're safe, that I'm safe, that you've found your way. And then she said, hopefully she'll be safe. She also sounds a lot older as well.
I
Like,
know, last
grown
time I saw her,
woman.
she was like my age.
Like this point, it sounds like someone like a middle-aged woman. Like she doesn't sound young anymore.
I mean, no, she's like middle age. So,
Middle age?
Yeah,
yeah.
like Nouvelle or Fedri, you know.
Like Butter or Fedri.
Oh shit, Strike's touching a MILF? Holy shit.
Well, yeah. What the hell did you.
Well, technically,
Nouvelle,
yes.
Nouvelle is over 100 years old, and Fedri is the first daughter of the matron mother. Fedri's like 400 years old, 300 years old.
Come on, Strike. Get your people anatomy going.
I really don't. I know elves are getting a lot older than I do, right? But I didn't expect that. It's weird.
Not really. I mean, elven bards have like the best stories because they can remember a lot
I
more.
know, but I never really knew elves before Nouvelle and Frederick. And I guess there's the kids, but they're still so young.
I want. Me and Dad once met this elf in like this random brothel at like the Eastern Shore, and well,
It's fallen.
long story
What?
I don't know about that.
What?
I think do I want to wait on what I'm about to say?
It does have proficiency in performance.
I'm sorry, I
He
couldn't
ended up
resist.
Damn.
he ended up
Throw layers in there.
he ended up well, passed out naked in a boat with like
In
a
a
Okay,
boat.
gnome,
not following.
In a boat.
with a gnome on top of him,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And the gnome
It's
was-
what's his name?
Boat? What the fuck? How
and
do you even know when you went there?
No,
the
it's
gnome was
this is
wearing
a la carte. 100%. This is a la carte.
and the gnome was wearing a fursuit. So
What is a fursuit?
Yep, it's a la carte.
well, you see,
What is a fursuit?
you know how sometimes I wore like really fluffy clothes.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now imagine that, but covering your entire body and still maintaining like that animalistic look to it.
Hold up. You're saying there are humans who dress up like Animaesus.
Yes.
Oh.
I feel violated.
It is a sex thing.
I feel violated.
Okay. Strike, get 2 inspiration points. That's
You-
pretty funny. And Animaesus being violated by furries is pretty funny.
I'm surprised it didn't go sooner.
It was an interesting experience. I don't remember what happened to him. I think he puked on the gnome.
Now we know why Alucard and his husband broke up.
Are you trying to
think it was
insinuate
gay
that
or
Alucard was a
100%?
furry?
I don't know. I'm not judging.
No judgment. This is just the consequences of one's actions.
Either that or it was like it was Tellaria's mother or father or something. Something random like that. Nevertheless.
But in any case, enough about all of that and the weird proclivities of elves and gnomes.
The elves invented the proclivities, guys. They invented them.
I can't find Strike's character sheet for some reason. Seth, what did you do?
I didn't touch anything.
Are you sure?
I didn't touch anything.
I
It's
I
right
still
where
see
it was.
Strike.
Yeah, it is. Alright, the lens for the Animaesus. It was a little bit hidden among the rest.
But in any case, now to the real meat of the matter. Not that Adira isn't important. She is.
I'm just happy she's doing alright, or is at least alive right now.
Yeah, as she put it. Hopefully.
Alive is a stretch of the words, but yeah.
And alive on a different plane of existence. It still counts.
Still counts. But let's see what Chitin has to say. Since now I know since I got permission beforehand, everything should be A-okay.
I did try to commune with him before, but I don't know if it was the rest of you who were too loud around me, or if he just didn't want to speak at that time.
Okay, I feel like commune and sending are like 2 different things. So
Communing walked before, so it didn't at some point. So I don't know.
I
It's
mean,
weird.
well,
I'm not used to gods. Even if I've had this god inside me for so long, I'm still not used to it. It's still weird.
I mean, like, I feel like I don't have that spell anyway, but sending it's super direct, and I still kind of feel a little bit of a slight chill up the lower part of my spine, thinking about.
Wait. I have an idea. I do possess the message spell. So what if I just Strike points at himself and says, "Captain, and something."
I mean,
That
he
has
is
that
inside
same
of it.
energy. That has that same energy of Patrick walking up to Sandy's door in that blizzard and saying "Open Sesame," and then someone making the gift actually open.
Except this one might actually work because this doesn't specify it can't be yourself.
That's pretty funny. You hear an echo in your head. Do you respond?
Echo or
Well, did it work?
no, not yet.
I feel like it would be instantaneous.
The message spell is not gonna work in that way. I love the idea. It's fucking weird, man.
Let's
Damn you god!
let's
uh,
let the big girls handle this. Not my big girls, but the big girl. Anyway, casting sending now to
Why
Kaiten.
don't use all your magic on this?
My magic.
You only have a limited amount, don't you?
Well, yeah, but if I can contact the goddess of magic herself, I think being limited isn't that much of a downside. Anyways, shut up. I'm
thank
trying to
you.
think. Please.
I'm just saying thank you, okay? Okay, shut up.
Okay, Kaiten. I need to know just exactly what you could do to help us deal with the dwarves that won't involve people thinking I genocide.
It's very specific.
This girl trying to beat allegations.
Jesus.
There was this going to be the allegations anytime soon.
Oh goodness.
We committed so many war crimes already. What's one more?
What could he do so you don't go? Goodness. I can't do much more than I am. He stands before you, and you spoke to another of my children. Cash follows. He protects.
Eros just looks deep into Strike's eyes, gives him a little belly scratch, and keeps thinking,
Yeah. Right.
well, the not genocide is still on the table then.
What?
Well, apparently, he can't do much. The only things that we have access to of him are cash and you. And that's it.
So, did you figure out why the latest attempts to commune with him failed?
Oh, no, I have no idea why that. I didn't have enough words to ask that question.
Alright, let's figure it out at another point.
Okay, so Kaiten's off the table. That leaves Jacques and the third god was Balin.
Who the fuck is Jack?
God, if you only knew.
The three gods were Kaiten, Jacques, and Balin, right? Or
Millennia. Strike doesn't know these names. He doesn't know who they are.
Eros knows. Belin. Violin? Villain.
Violent.
Violent.
Call her whatever you
Violence
want.
is the answer.
Just
It's a
don't
question.
call her for dinner.
And the answer is yes.
So, the other two gods are Violin and Jacques. Hmm.
Who are Violent and Jack? What is going on here?
Were you not paying attention yesterday?
Not really, no.
There,
I was busy trespassing Rhoda and Donovan.
while we were in the library, Alec used some type of magical eyedropper spell on me, and I had a vision of the people responsible, well, deities responsible for Cash and the other Primordials. More specifically, Cash. And 3 deities came up: Chiton, Jacques, and Vylin. So, Chiton, the father of Cash, apparently, it seems, based off what he said, it seems like Cash is more direct lineage from him, is pretty much at the limit for what he could provide. But he's surely against the dwarves, so, I mean, that's a start. So,
The other one?
Jacques and Vylin. I don't know much of, well, I don't know anything about either of them. And if we have, I don't want to wait too long. Maybe Alec might know something. I feel like these dwarves, as helpful as they are in their religious practices, they seem confused just by chitin. So I'm not going to put very high hopes in the idea of them knowing who Shak and Bylin are, if these deities are extremely ancient, more ancient than most of the other common gods. And if Alec doesn't know anything, well, fuck. Guess I'll have to roll the dice on. I'd rather try to figure something out about them before using sending again. Don't want to get randomly smited into oblivion, you know?
You've been using sending towards Mr. all along. What's different now?
The difference is, I know Mistra was being nice by not turning me into arcane powder.
I guess Mr. does have a reputation of being kind of decent.
Well, sure, yeah. That was more of a shot in the dark. I just knew of Mistra because, magic and all. It's just a thing that I know. Not innately, it has to be trained, not in the same way as a wizard, since bard magic is more about manipulating emotions and souls rather than actually messing with arcane forces and weave and all that shit. But
So a bard is one of those Sith I've heard about recently?
Motherfucker.
I don't know. Look, I didn't learn much about magic like going to school. Okay? Dad just taught me everything that he knew, and I think he's forgotten more than he's ever remembered. So there's no way
That's
that
not very reassuring.
well, he knows how to do things. It's just
And
how he
so do
does them.
you, so, but still.
Yeah, it's just we don't know how we
Is
do
everything
them.
alright? Is he getting senile? What's going on?
He's not
Dad's getting
senile. He just had a lot of trips around the world, metaphysically and physically. And sometimes you forget where you are. So, you know,
Sounds like alcohol abuse to me. But alright.
alcohol abuse. Nothing that simple.
It's even worse. Oh, that makes it alright, yeah.
What? He raised me, and I turned out perfectly fine.
Depending on context, yes.
What context?
Remember how you were scared of this race with just being half naked?
I see no problems with the statement that you are currently saying.
Like, we've been used to it for years, right? But this race, they were just grossed out by it for some reason. And I still don't get it, but they were weirded out by it.
I still see no problems with the statement that you are saying.
Don't really either. It's just that what's normal to us is not normal to everyone.
My dad is a great dad. If I ever had a
I'm not
child,
doubting that. I met the man. He's pretty awesome.
so I'm not really seeing the problem with his uh drug usage.
I'm saying it doesn't seem normal to most humans, right? Like, I don't want to judge humans on their different kind of vices and all. I got my own smoking and all that shit. But humans just seem a lot more weird about that kind of stuff.
Well, all the humans I've met basically do the same thing. So, I mean, I'd say the humans in the city of Salt are a bit more tame, but not by much. So,
Hold on. The city humans are saying are tame compared to the humans we've met along the way. That's very worrying.
how?
The city of Soul is fucking stupid.
I mean, I
And the
haven't.
people we've met outside the city are not.
Look,
And if the humans along the way we met are more stupid than the humans we've met in the city, that's just worrying.
they're not stupid. It's just I've never met a human that doesn't pass out at a brothel or a bar.
That doesn't exactly make it better, you know.
Who said it was bad?
It's a better said it doesn't make it better.
I think,
Different so.
I mean, well, as far as things being better or worse, uh, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the humans in the city are just a bit more intimidated by everything going on around them. Like, they're not as comfortable.
And how can you blame them? I mean, they're kind of reliant on the whims of, like, what was it, 13 houses? It's been a while. Remind me, 13, that's correct?
Yes, 13.
13 houses who keep up the bind of a giant ass fucking monster. Right?
I mean,
And
also,
if any one of them loses that bind, the giant ass fucking monster goes rampant. I would be fucking disturbed too if I grasped sooner what the reality of the thing halfway.
I mean, well, while I'm more comfortable with it, I don't really blame. I don't see why people just wouldn't get more piss drunk and spend time at brothels. Seems like a perfect reason to me. Shit, I was surprised by how many humans I saw that weren't constantly at Rexoni's bar. And very
There's
surprised
a
at how many
question.
mushrooms weren't being consumed.
I've got a question for you.
But
Could you persuade Leandro to come with us again? I'm really fucking worried these past few weeks, and I don't know how to deal with it.
Well, I could ask her, but you know I'm not going to force her to do anything.
I don't want to force her either. I just. You're better at talking than I am. So much better. And you can convince her that it's better to go with us, where it's somewhat safe, rather than a city where everything could go to the dogs at any given moment.
Literally dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Well, I'll I'll talk to her and I will I'll see how she's feeling and I'll give her the rundown of other potential options. But I'm not
Then I teleport us there right away.
I can't teleport us anywhere.
I can't. This sounds pretty neat.
Okay, well, we also kind of need everyone else first. So let's calm down and
Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
yeah, as we leave our primordials there, let's calm down and not worry too much. First, I'm gonna go talk to Alec, see what he knows about these other two gods, if anything. Hopefully, something. And if he doesn't, well, I guess I'm playing spin the roulette wheel with my life. That'll be fun.
Not like you haven't done that before.
I was just gonna say, not like we haven't done it before.
Well, Dad always said, you know, life's a gamble, so why be awake when you're doing it?
um. Okay.
Alec.
I'm gonna pause. Well, you guys can continue to roleplay or whatnot if you want, but I need to go use the restroom real quick. So, I'm gonna take a quick minute to go do that, and then we'll come back and do a little bit more roleplay, and then probably get to a point where we're probably gonna stop for today. But nevertheless, I gotta pee. Oh, I'll be right back.
So, Arrows is going to go find Alec, however long that takes, and wherever the hell he is. Where would you say Alec is?
Guess it depends on how long it takes for me to get back.
I mean, you're using a teleportation circle, so
Yeah, but I don't know how long it took you guys to do your thing.
I mean, we could easily say it took the same amount of time. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. It's just, no, because it's the next day. Actually, it's the next day. So you've already done your thing. You're already back.
Oh. Oh shit. Well, I'm already back.
Yeah,
I knew that.
yeah.
I knew that. I'm Mr. Wizard. I knew that for sure.
I'm the wizard in charge of this place. I knew I was
Yeah.
here.
I knew I was here the whole time.
So where does Eros find you then?
Probably just in the office where I do research. Probably in the library where I just do a lot of research.
Okay. Then if you're in the library, doesn't really need to knock on the door. She would just
Yep.
walk up to you, saying, "Hey, so
Sorry, internet cut out there for a second. I would like to add. Lazarus and Priscilla are nearby, so Eros can do with the information what you will.
she doesn't know them, so not really much she can do about it."
Fair enough.
Well, no, did she see Lazarus then? Well, she's more
Not
she's more
see.
concerned.
Yeah, there's a big fucking dragon, a silver dragon there, of Lazarus. So,
Well, no,
imagine so.
I'm referring to the first time that she was teleported to the academy, and they ended up
Yeah,
in Alex's
scene.
office.
I remember Lazarus yelling.
Yeah, he was definitely there.
Yeah, Eros would just be like, "Huh, that guy," but would immediately then just go to Alec, saying, Hey, so question. Why do you look like you've had multiple panic attacks within the last few hours? Alec? Alec,
Hello. He looks up from his book and he's like, "What? Oh, hello.
you look exhausted.
I am always exhausted."
You should get some sleep for that.
Nah. Well, when you've been doing what I do, sleep is a bit out of the question sometimes.
I
Alec, go to
see.
sleep.
Well, perhaps before I go, you can help me with, well, actually, maybe two things, now that I think about it. Um, one thing a
Are
bit,
you going to ask me to build a time machine?
I don't know why I would want to do that, no.
Okay, that's good.
Although that's interesting, but no. Um, let's see. Hmm. Simple thing or interest. Let's go with the more complex thing first. Do you do you know anything about the gods Bylin or Jacques at all?
Yeah, he spits out his tea.
I'll take that as a yes.
Why do you ask? Why do you ask about these gods?
Why do you ask about these
Well-
things?
Well, remember, God, it's you and Strike. I mean, Strike's more expected, but you should be smart and remember things.
Oh,
Yesterday,
yes.
when you cast that one weird spell on me, I found out who created the Primordials in the first place, and Bylin and Jacques were two of the three.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. He looks up, he just looks up, he's like, huh. Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
His brain's only been broken up once already in the last 24 hours, so it's okay. No.
He said, do you know anything about Jacques? No. I met him the other day. I literally met him yesterday. That's cool.
You know,
Fuck me. But
yeah.
okay, so I'm gonna defer on talking about Jock right now and try to collect my my information on the other god.
Villain.
Violin. Yeah.
You know this already before you roll any check. Is Bylin, whatever you want to say, it doesn't really matter to me. She is female deity. Ye the mother of Pod.
Oh.
The progenitor and essence of water, as far as you understand. Um, Many of the elves south of here that are the sailors between these lands and Elstria worship her. Supposedly there's a place south of here that is where she was burgeoned. Birth isn't the right word. The way the story of her goes is she's not from Ba'ur. She's from another place, but nevertheless. That's just like common because of who Boon P is and your understanding of the elves of this area. You just kind of know some of that stuff.
Right.
If you want to, you could roll a check for any other specific questions you have if you want. But
I think we roll religion.
Hmm.
We roll religion. Not
That's a
very good.
5.
I don't care about elven deities, I think.
Yeah. Well, she's kind of an adopted elven deity. You know, she's older than that. Like, you know, she's much older than that. And Jock is like her brother, sort of like in the pantheon is how you understand it. Especially, and then The only other thing you would know with an 18 is um how she is not necessarily of the three deities presented to you, she is the least to be good. She is a neutral character, 100%. She is someone that would not be against things that might be questionable, sort of thing. Like she's like the wave of the ocean. You know, it doesn't discriminate against what it destroys.
Well, what I know about Billin, or Balin, as you want to call her, or however you want to pronounce it, really, um, is that she is an elven deity, or she's an adopted elven deity. I suppose. Uh, she is. Um, do you know anything about Hod, Eros?
You would know
Uh,
stories of Animeesus, like they're old stories. They're things that you might know a song or two about the tower and how it fell, and the name Hod about this darkness that overtook the Animeesus lands. But that's where Eros is. Eros wouldn't know more than that. That it was a darkness that overtook the Animeesus lands. That this tower was destroyed, and from there the Tarrasque came up after that. Like everyone in the Animeesus lands knows that. That's like common knowledge.
well, what I don't know much. I do know he had a hmm, there's a song about it. It basically describes that uh, he had a tower some few centuries back, and it was amassing darkness. And at some point, the walkers of the Animaeus felled it, and arose a Tarrasque from it. The Tarrasque that, well, became the grounding points for the city of Salt. Other than
Oh,
that, no, I don't really know much about him.
well, well, if that isn't, uh, if that isn't enough information to tell you the kind of deity that she is his. I shouldn't say mother. I should say creator, birther. I guess I could say mother if that was the case, but gods are weird. So,
Hmm.
and what I know about Jacques is that Jacques is, compared to her, is more on the side of good. Just airing of change. All three of these deities strike me as a free, very free spirited, is what I'll say.
Mm-hmm. You would know with that 18 now that I think about it. And Eros would know. No, Eros wouldn't know this part. Never mind. Um, Jock is a creature of the earth. Like he's like earth elementals or something that gravitate towards him. Bolin is water, and Chitin is usually associated with fire. Fire!
These they are typically associated with primordial elements, mostly earth, water, and fire. These things that make up our natural spaces.
What? No air?
But no, air is. I don't
There's
know.
everywhere.
There is a. I'm sure that there is somewhere out there an aspect of air, if this is what you want to call them, but these things that make up the natural order of our world and life. That is all the information I have for you about these gods. Did you learn anything new about this chitin from your communion yesterday or today?
Mm,
That was today. Yes.
yeah, all I did learn was the only help that he can provide is help that I already have in the form of strike and cash, so not really
Then this is
much
an
of
unfortunate. Then this is an unfortunate front that you have to face.
Okay, then let's say coin flip. Um, who should I send to? Jacques or Berlin? I mean,
Well, in any circumstance,
How does that like when I answer that question?
I would recommend that maybe you search within yourself and figure out which one it is that you would want to talk to more.
That's such a Gandalf answer.
Because I have a feeling that Liam doesn't want me to tell her that, like, oh, you can just go talk to Liam, bro. He knows everything about Jacques. He knows everything about Jacques. Like, but but I have a feeling that Liam would be like, nah, don't
Bro,
tell him
what the
I'm
fuck?
Jacques.
question
Yeah.
though, would
I don't
would
want to piss off a god that I just watched him morph into a tree yesterday.
here,
I don't want to piss him off.
here's the question: because you know so heavily, are you trying to deceive me?
Oh god. I don't know, cuz I don't think he'll say it. I mean, we could roll for it if you want. If we want to
I
break
mean,
the world right
are
now.
you trying to hide the information, like not give it away on your face that you really
On
do
my
know
face?
something? Yes.
Uh it's probably not very hard to see that he looks a little uncomfortable when you talk about it.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if you
So,
could even pass a fucking 27 to beat my passive insight anyway.
uh,
I mean, maybe I don't know your fucking
You
stats, bro.
guys have, you
I
guys
have to
have
look.
inspiration. Remember, 3 inspiration gives you a plus 20.
Yeah, we could try.
It works both ways.
Well, actually, hang on, because it's. You have a 27?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. The highest I could get is a 26.
Well, there's also like with what little information has been shared, I think the most Eros would know is that he's hiding something, which all that tells you is he's a wizard.
Mm,
You
which
know,
we
like
Well, her past experiences with wizards isn't exactly the most
I
favorable.
know that. So, like you take that as
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but those
like
yeah, but those wizards gave you zero information. This one will give you whatever you want except for this.
but
Because
she
it
sees
pertains
that you're
directly to you.
uncomfortable.
Yes.
sees he's uncomfortable, obviously knows something more about what you're talking about, but you don't that could be anything, to Eros. That could be like, well, he knows there's another wizard that might be able to do this in the Elflands or something.
Eros would sit on the table and push aside any of the books that were in front of you, even if they
Bum,
told
bum,
that
bum,
they
bum,
were.
bum, bum, bum.
And she would lean forward, looking you dead in the eyes, and say, "Are you hiding something from me?"
I am
Alec
not the
knows if he
one
says anything other than yes.
I am not the one who is hiding things from you, is what I will say.
Alec,
What I can do is be honest with you. This search for what you want like many things, is within your reach. You just have to find it.
Oh
Alec,
my gosh. I just got an
Just-
idea.
please. I am so tired of cryptic bullshit. Like, you have no idea. Or maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know your life.
Oh,
I don't know your
You
history.
should have met my old master.
Please. For all the warnings. For all
That's the
the
title of
warnings.
this episode, Cryptic Bullshit.
Cryptic
Because
bullshit.
that's what 90% of this episode has been, is you guys delving into cryptic bullshit.
Please. For all the warnings about don't cause a genocide, which is not what I'm trying to do at all. I am
understand.
looking for some way to just defend my home. That's it. I need help. And I'm trying to find someone who could help in the most ethical way possible. And I believe that these gods and their connection to the primordials are a way to do that. So if you know something, please just tell me. No reach arounds, just go straight in.
Anime sweat drop appears on Alex's head.
I don't think I could even enter your mind. Well, actually, I totally could, but I don't think I could,
You
like,
cannot.
forcibly enter your mind.
You cannot. You cannot. He looks at you. He looks at you, and he looks at you. I think when you say that, with the look of, if you do, you will never be allowed in this place again. Like, because that is the one thing I think that we made very clear in the campaign that Alec did not like about Conundra and.
Well,
like,
that's one of
people
the
that can
things
do
that, like, there was the sympathy with Horganoth because of that. So,
Yeah.
that established
And
early on because of those things. So
he looks at you and says, like I said, I can only be as honest with you as the gods allow me to be. I am not giving you what you call this reach around. I have given you everything that you need. And cryptic bullshit comes with a job. Just so you know. I do not mean to be this way to you. And if I had my way, I would tell you everything that you want to know. But what you know and what you have. With what information you have the answer in front of you. You just aren't asking the right people. And if you seem so inclined that I'm lying to you, then you should look inward.
Yeah, look inward. And in her hand, purple electric sparks begin flickering back and forth rapidly. And she says, looking inward is this. And it's worse. It's a maelstrom of soul magic. That's not going to help me. My soul magic only lets me connect to other people's minds that I can see. And the only people I know that have any information about this, at best, are you. Everyone else around me doesn't know dick for shit any more than I do. So, if I have to look around, I'm as blind as a dead baby in a mine shaft, being eaten by wolves. So, let's hope I don't fail this coin flip then. And if I die, well, mm, nice knowing you. Hopefully this works. I cast Sending on Villain.
Lordy lord.
I was like, why is that a D100? And how did I get a 2?
Well, that's not what the
I thought it was gonna be a
sending.
D2.
That was not what the sending was for. That role was not for sending. That was just who I was choosing. Whether it
Yeah, I was
works or
like, why
not.
not a D? Why was it a?
Because
No.
that's if sending doesn't work if that was for sending.
No. That
No,
was
no. I was
Uh,
saying you were gonna do a coin flip. So, oh, do a D2. I was like, why a D100? And why did the D100 make it a 2?
yeah.
look.
Yeah,
I
I see where
like
you're
doing
going.
D100 rather than a D2. It's because it's more exciting to me.
Okay, I just rolled. Okay, you can roll too. That's fine. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. There's a connection. You know that connection, and there's something about the connection that lets you know that that idea is something that's important to Boleyn. And you feel like, for whatever reason, you have a microphone to her when this happens, like unlike any other one before. Like there is an honest to God, like she's listening.
Sorry for the intrusion. Please,
You feel like you're underwater now that you're speaking.
please, no smiting. Can you help me? I need to defeat stronger, I assume, primordials. And I have very few options.
Troubles of the land. I swore away. But still you pray. Still I can help in ways unseen. Is that what you wish?
No spell slots. So,
How much inspiration to get a third of his spell back? I
badly.
have 5. I can give them all if it needs to be.
Well, mm, you
It
could.
wouldn't be a spell slot by that point. To then it's like, hey, are you trying to literally pray and get an honest to God connection in that way?
So
That's how I would
how?
handle that. Is like you're basically using inspiration to give them a plus 20 on a check to try to connect to this.
How many inspiration does it need? Like 3, right?
It's 3 for a plus 20.
All right,
Unless you want
Eros,
to do something
take them.
else.
Take them.
Okay. Well, yeah. Eros not having the spell slot would say under her breath but out loud then, and rolling a religion check. So that's a 42. And say,
Yeah.
I just want to protect Birdman. I'll do whatever it takes.
This is in Alex's office?
In the library.
I guess
Was-
so. Yeah.
In the
Or
library.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
When you make
There's
deals,
there's ice and stuff all about. And I imagine some of the ice starts to boil, and it turns into steam.
I think when you say I'll do whatever it takes, I think you just feel a hand across the table on yours, and I think Alec just says, "Remember, this was a coin flip, but you must be careful with words like that when speaking to a god."
Always a sacrifice.
Trust
There
me.
is always a sacrifice, or so I've been told recently.
I'd give my life for Birdman. I'm not afraid of sacrifice.
Um, there's something about the steam that lets you know there's a connection still there, as it coalesces kind of around your ears and face, and then it starts to just dissipate kind of away. Um, you ponder for whatever reason how the subtlety of water can be powerful. How even the simplest rain can bring new life. How one wave, if large enough, can be something unexpected. How you can't even you know the rivers you've crossed. You don't play around with rivers. You try to find a way over it if you can, because even 6 inches, if it's flowing fast enough, can knock you over if you're not careful. Right, kind of thing. So there's just something that makes you comforted in the idea that something's there, something's looking out for that idea. And Eros can't help but remember, I think, that there is a river just south of the city of Salt that is nasty and filled with blood and guts and sewage and everything else like that, but it is still a river. Like, there's something to that effect that like comforts you. You're not sure what it means, but if you think even further about like positioning and stuff, the dwarves eventually have to cross that river to get to the city of Salt. So,
Hmm. Okay. I am fine with my life choices. Second thing.
there's only been like 11 inspirations spent towards this idea.
Okay. Second thing. This one, I should be able to get a more direct answer from you. You probably want to see it, don't you?
Fuck, is she here?
What's weird?
I was like, oh, the goddess. I was like, she fucking here, bro? Manifesting? Like, what the?
Well, there was steam, but that's a
There was
Yeah.
steam that manifested, yes,
Oh,
but that's
okay.
the extent of what Boleyn's gonna do.
Oh, then oh fuck. Then Alec is like, well, what the fuck? Like I'm 2 for 2 on the weird god interactions, bro. Shit. Okay.
I like the
So,
idea of in the steam, maybe Alec hears a little bit of celestial being whispered to him, something, the idea of dragon, something. Eros,
so
yeah, what are you saying?
Sorry.
I know you probably want to see it. A primordial absorbing magic. You got anything you're willing to part with?
Conundrum. No,
Like, are you asking for a boon?
Are you gonna crack open Montolio's vaults, Alec? And Sacrifice some magic items for the greater good.
Oh Christ, bro! What can we even sacrifice that's in there, man?
It's a valid question.
What do you want?
Whatever you're willing to give up. The more it's worth, the more power I can absorb out of it. I'm not doing this just because I think you'll do it out of the kindness of your heart. You're a researcher, yeah? This is something you've never seen before.
Well, then I'm going to take you to a very interesting place.
The brothel?
Come with me. No,
Oh,
I'm not allowed to go in there.
really?
Yeah. Not for reasons you think. I'm very well respected in this town.
I didn't think you weren't.
Right. Anyway, come with me. And he takes you, I think this is another one of those like but this one's in the study. So I think he takes you to the study behind like the big painting of Montolio. Because there is a big painting.
You kept up the big painting of Montoya?
Oh yeah, dude. I have to. You have to keep the big. Well, I have a big picture of Montolio and Zarek, and like.
Okay, like Zarek, yeah. Like you just hated Montolio so much. I just like.
Well, I have the big picture. I mean, I have the big picture of him in there because he was the previous headmaster. I think Alec like respects the tradition of
He
like
was
having
on the whole a good guy. He was just
Yeah.
acting kind of shady.
He just didn't understand. Yeah, I just didn't understand at the time why he was being so fucking weird. And this is why I say that Alec's greatest flaw, right? Because the whole point of him in the Dragon Rider campaign was that he was doing what Eros is doing right fucking now, and now he's grown up. And now he's like, oh shit, now I understand why Montolio was being shady as fuck all the time. Because the shit is way more complicated than you think it is. So yeah, he does. He has this big picture of like this gnome who I think in his picture has like a woman standing next to him. It's like an elf. She was an elf, right?
Yeah. She took his dragon took elf form most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a picture of this like
she was like
gnome.
a dirty blonde, braids. She dressed like Athena. She wore armor most of the time.
Yeah, this big oil painting of like this gnome who like is sitting in a chair that's propped all the way up to where this elf can put her hand on his shoulder. And he just kind of looks at it for a second in like subtle contemplation of like, God, if I show you like, he just kind of looks at it for a minute and he says, "This was Montolio. This was was he the first? Was he the first one? The first headmaster of the Dragon Rider Academy?
No.
No way, right?
He was like not the first, but he was like the longest serving one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So think he served for like 150 years.
This was Montolio. He was the headmaster of this school when I got here. He was a dickhead. If I can put such a good term on it. He was a stubborn, hard-headed, annoying little man.
Yeah, I've known my fair share of dicks.
Who was, in fact, much more cryptic than me. But when he died, I was very sad, because I never really got to know him. But then, I realized what he had left this academy, and I realized that I had walked into something that I did not understand. So I'm going to show you Montolio's vault. And then he like waves his hand, I think, and the painting kind of just like moves over. There's probably a bunch of like stuff. And
And
then
it's
I
a
don't
it's a
know what
portal.
Montolio's vault. Oh,
It's
it's
a
a
portal.
portal.
It's
That's
a
even
portal.
scarier.
Okay. It's a portal to okay, guy. Like it's something that we didn't get into too much because things in the Dragon Rider campaign, but he had four, and there's now three. Three kind of like tower edifices that he made to conduct the weave magic within the powers of the realm around you. And indeed, that was one of the things he was kind of working towards the end is using the tree and some of the other things to like make it more powerful. He was trying to like make so protect the Dragon Rider Academy is what he was trying to do, but nevertheless, like these, he has a giant demi-plane, if you will, giant in the aspect of like it's like think of something like the size of like a college campus kind of area that is full of stuff and other buildings that and statues and oh is that a giant golden like tortoise? Okay, all right, yeah, just random stuff.
I take you into this wonderland of treasure,
Mm-hmm.
and I say, this is actually all originally his stuff. All of my stuff is somewhere else. You see, once you reach a certain level of magic, you need to find places to put your stuff. This just so happens to be one of those places. Everything in here has not been touched in maybe like 20 years.
Well, Nestor's come in here and there, and you've traded here and there with the elves, you know. But yeah,
Okay, this currently dead gnome had a big hole to shove stuff into. Gotcha.
Have you walked into the hole yet?
She's walked into the hole.
Oh, we're here then. And you see this big ass, like, it's filled with stuff. Like, there's shit everywhere.
Behold his stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that this isn't
Behold,
impressive
he's been stuffed.
because it is. I mean, Sarek literally he has this weird mansion spell, and it's apparently filled with a bunch of statues of himself, and there's a bunch of him in maid outfits, and it's really weird. So
Yeah.
this is tame
That's,
comparatively.
yes. Yes, Montolio, like I said, was a stubborn, angry little man.
Okay, but
He was not the kind of person I could see making statues of himself in a maid outfit.
okay, but
He didn't have that kind of humor.
I'm only asking for really one thing. I don't want to choose for myself. I mean, and I surely don't think you're offering the entire uh, portal here and the
No,
magic
I'm not.
within it.
No.
I don't know
No,
how
but you
cash
can.
would even fit.
No, you can
Well, actually, it probably could fit. This place is really huge.
take whatever you think is necessary in here. We here in the Dragon Rider lands have amassed much wealth, magical and otherwise. And if being cryptic is not what you want, I have to tell you, there's so much that we do have to give. And if I can help in whatever I can do, you can take whatever you need from here
Okay,
to power
I
your thing.
I I need I really I want to lay down the framework for why you need to be hyper specific in what you're thinking you're allowing me to do. Because where I come from, when someone says take what you need, they get robbed of everything in their house. All of it
Well,
gone.
don't.
By
Well,
at least
I'm sorry.
15 little rats and mice, and yes.
I'm
Okay.
talking the nails in their floorboards disappear as well.
Well, okay, then have the common sense to not take all of my shit.
Common sense is don't get caught.
Why do you think I have this portal behind a picture of my old master?
Look, I give me you have to give me a limit. Okay? Give just some limit that's not arbitrary, some line that I can't cross, because if I'm willing to figure out a way to genetically alter the composition of an entire species in order to take out an army in one fell swoop, I'm ready to just steal all the shit in here. So
Well,
let's
don't.
not talk about common sense. Let's just limit. I need limits.
What is it that you would require to make your primordial being suitable enough to, you know,
I don't know.
fix your problem?
I don't know the upper ends of
Well,
what the primordials are capable of doing. What I do know is this. A wizard of your stature, not to say I now obviously I would not sacrifice you even if you gave me the option. I wouldn't do that. No.
well, I'm not going to give you that option, so
Good, and I
we'll
don't want you to do
erase
that.
that skirt.
But from what I could understand from Mistra and Cash, a wizard of your capabilities would basically make Cash possibly nigh unstoppable.
Have fun. He kind of like walks out, I think.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, someone of someone of your caliber would be the equivalent of like a level up for Cash.
Jesus. I was gonna say,
Okay,
like, what is it gonna? I was gonna say, what is it gonna take to level up? And you just answered my question. So,
Mm-hmm.
huh?
Items
I can't level your
work a
dwarven up.
little differently than that, but nevertheless.
okay. I'm just gonna take half your shit then. That's the
You're
line
not.
I'm drawing.
I
I
just
will
picture
allow you
Arrows
to
pulling
take.
out some chalk from
I
her
will allow
inside
you
her
to take.
cleavage and like, hey, this half is
You know
mine.
what? I have a fucking thing for this. I cast secret chest.
Okay.
And I pull out or like a bag or something. I could probably make like a box or something. And I give you a box. It's a pretty big box. Up to 12 cubic feet of non-living material. So then I have this chest and whatever you can fit within the confines of this box, I will allow you to take.
Eros, we're going to. She takes the box,
How many things
looks
is
at it,
Arrows gonna break?
and she grabs the bag of holding that's on her hip and is looking back and forth between them. Anything I can fit in the box.
Anything that you can fit within the box. That does not mean your bag.
Goes in the box with things inside of it.
You cannot throw your bag inside of the box. This will cause a chain reaction that will destroy time and space.
How would you know that?
Because I've seen it happen.
Really?
I'm a very powerful wizard. So no.
You've seen it.
You-
You've seen it happen at least twice.
Yeah. I've probably seen
Um,
Conundra do it on accident fucking at least twice. Oh
well,
yeah, let's go-
Conundra did it once in game, and then you guys
Yeah.
did it. I don't know if Alec was there for the other time, but that's okay.
No, Water has done it at least 4 fucking times. I've seen that man put
Yeah.
a bag.
Well,
of
that's
holding
half the
into
reason
another
why
thing.
he has a bag of holding most of the time.
Yeah. I've seen him
Uh,
do it a lot. I've seen Conundra do it at least fucking twice. Not to mention
Yeah.
anything else he might have blown up. Anything that you can
Look.
fit within the confines of this chest here, you may take with you.
Fine. I'll believe you. You know, that seems a bit
Oh,
weird.
and that includes anything that you may have already put inside of your bag.
I haven't put anything in the bag. Wait, those are two separate things. So are you saying I could do the bag and the chest? Just don't put the bag
No,
in the
because-
chest?
No, because the bag is a larger area space than the chest, and that would defy the confines of our deal. Anything that goes inside the box, you can take.
But then you say the contents of the bag, and if the bag is more than what's in the chest, how are you supposed to even
What are
tell?
these numbers?
It is whatever you have not put anything in this room inside of your bag within the past 5 seconds of this conversation.
I haven't put anything in my bag.
Not a single thing
No,
has gone into your bag.
no. Look, we're not in the city. I don't steal things automatically like I did then.
I think what you just told me was where I'm from, we
Yeah.
take all your shit.
When you say take what you need.
Well, I am telling you, I am now placing upon the parameters of which you have asked me to place upon you. You will now place whatever you would like to take inside of this box. If it goes above the confines of this box without closing the lid, anything that fits inside when I close the lid, you may take.
Okay. And I clarified I haven't put anything in my bag, and the
Yes.
bag doesn't count.
No. The bag does not count. You
Okay.
cannot put anything in the bag, anything that goes in the box.
Okay. Bag goes back on my waist
Yes.
and does not go in box. And I will begin to put things in the box. Now, what's the smallest shit I can find to put in this box? It's extremely powerful.
He just fucking gestures out to this demi-plane of shit. like
As I begin to
there's an infinite amount of possibilities for shit that you could fit inside of a 3x2x2 box.
I've obtained a 37.
What are these 1
You know what, magic?
9
You know what?
600 what is
I'm
this?
spending 3 inspiration to make that a 57.
57?
Yes, a 57 Arcana check.
My god.
That's a lot.
All right.
As I imagine her soul magic is now like fiercely arcing off of her and attracting towards the most powerful magical items in the plane. You cast detect magic here, you just go blind.
What is
things I
confused?
things I was not gonna prepare for today. Exhibit 74.
76.
Okay.
Magic.
You with that check can re-roll. We can re-roll that Two more times. Okay, so you're going around and you find this really wicked looking helm. Looks expensive as hell. You find this mantle that's like just radiating magic. You find a dagger. Looks like it has some sort of magic to it. A potion in this hat. And the potion in this hat, they're magical, but they're not very much. So, we're gonna roll that one more time. Okay, and then where are you scrolling? Give me the scroller. Um,
That's a big fucking number, my man.
it's not a big number.
I mean, I think I just set the record for the highest fucking ability check in the campaign.
Roll for Vecna's hand.
It's like put a 6 in front of that, and you would be almost
Oh no,
done.
that one. That's mine.
There is a chance. There is a chance to
Ooh,
do
not that one. Give me that.
You said anything in the box, motherfucker.
Yes, but I also this is my shit.
I thought you said your shit was someone else. This is someone else's
I am
shit.
altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further.
Yeah. This shit previously belonged to a man whose shit it was. He is now dead. Thus, this shit belongs to me as by right of succession of my shit.
I am the tough win in this scenario, alright?
This is my shit.
Okay. I don't know if Alec wants to clarify any of these things. Okay. So. All right. So Eros grabs things within reach as they go through the first kind of rows and just throws things in there. And that's what seems to fit in the box. Before the box gets the boots and the helm kind of take up a lot of space, but you can squash it in there if you want. Kind of thing. You can throw one of those out if you want instead. Yeah.
She holds it towards Alec. Close the lid.
I closed the lid.
Does it close nicely?
Mimir. You get the head of Mimir? What?
Oi, brother, you're putting me in this bucket.
You had to squish the head in the helm, but that's okay.
I'm in fucking Spanish, holy shit.
It closes. It locks. Nicely is not the word I would use.
It takes a sec. It takes some Tetrising, but we finally get the box closed.
It takes a second.
Well, okay. Now, come with me. And we head back to the atrium where
And
it is in the atrium where the Dwarvians we left them. Right?
Yeah, that's where we
World
came
of
in. Yeah,
Your
We
imagination.
go back
and
there.
I clap my hands, and this box turns into a little tiny chest.
And
Then I pick it up.
get to the atrium, and she hops into Cash and lays out the crystal platform, and having Cash step onto it, she then says, while having Cash hold his hand out, "Now, place the items in his hand. Directly, not with the chest. I don't think the chest would actually
The
help."
chest is magical.
Oh, okay. I mean,
We put I will do as you. I think he takes a piece out of it and puts it in his hand after, so he like throw it on the floor and the thing.
Well,
But he does it.
okay, I mean, if it is magical, well, I could try absorbing it on its own. Maybe that works. I don't think it will, since, well, I have prior reason to believe that things that are not more permanent, don't really work after a botched demon summoning occurred.
That seems.
That was not my fault, Saberland says.
Pretty sure it was.
Thank you very much.
And Eros will then,
Whatever the
Begin.
items in question I put in the hand.
yeah, she'll begin having Cash absorb them into his very being, ripping away their magical essence and
The
eating them
hat,
like Doritos.
the potion, the boots, like
Okay, Gail.
vanish away very quickly.
I was gonna say
As-
eating shoes.
Yeah. Then the dagger is next, and then now the rest of the items start to turn into this bright light, almost like a pale blue over it, and it is very blinding, even to Eros within Cash, as they begin to be consumed. This is where in Baldur's Gate 3 you would be warned. Are you want to destroy these items? You really sure?
Yep.
Okay.
The wizard puts his hands up.
Maybe
Eros
let's
has,
not do that.
Eros
I'm
has
just saying. I'm just saying.
Eros has
Alright, does
no
it do
idea
that?
what this shit even is anyway. She's not gonna bother finding out.
Okay, Cash is gonna get some levels. Okay, so
With 25% efficiency.
Wait, levels? Multiple?
by the math I just did, yes.
Holy fuck!
By the math I
That's a lot
just
of awesome
did
stuff,
with because of the Ruby platform that you procured without asking, he will get 2 levels instead of just 1.
Ooh.
Kind of thing. So
Gotta
let
level this
me.
hawk up, bro.
The hawk is you're now closer in level to the hawk.
Yeah, the hawk is higher level.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, the hawk's higher
So-
level, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Nevertheless, let me. It's a heavy frame.
The Hawk is now a 7, but nobody is as close as somebody who managed to put it on budgets in one go.
Well, that was just because of wizard stuff. He wouldn't have had his wizard stuff. It'd be a different story. But nevertheless, Kelber now can operate in tandem with. If we get to that one, I guess. Okay, so grade 5, and grade 6. He's going up 2. So grade 5, he gets an active crystal, as well as his another subclass feature, animal feature. And grade 6, he gets another modification, which is basically a feat. Is what that is. And then his frame bonus will go up significantly. His damage reduction goes up another 2. I'll add these things later. His AC goes up. His hull goes up. He basically gains another 20% to his HP and stuff. So, he's a verifiable tank. So, active crystal choices for heavy Dwarvians. These are your bonus action ones, kind of stuff. He already has Rhino Charge and I forget the other one. Nevertheless, look over those. and kind of tell me what's going on with that. And then he was a warden, I believe.
Yeah.
So at rank 5, when you used runic wards, which you haven't really had to yet, when you use runic wards against a hostile ranged attack or ranged spell that originates within 60 feet of you, or includes a target within 60 feet of itself. What does it say? Beginning at grade 5, while the German builds for vinegar, they can choose to become the target of any hostile range. So yeah, you can replace like a target, make the bullet swerve towards you instead of at a friendly if they're in 60 feet of you, which is kind of cool. Kind of like you turn into there's a shield arrow, the shield of arrow catching kind of thing. Is what it is. Nevertheless. Cool. And then modifications are basically like feats. So they do all sorts of crazy things. Something you might want to consider for a modification, it's up to you, is I left this open for players if they want to do it, but this was the one Sarek recently chose, was Willful Construct, which basically allows cash to operate separately from you. As long as there's certain parameters to it, but that's one of the things. You don't have to do that because there's cool warden ones and things like that you may want to do, but that are specific to your subclass. All right. Well, while Eros looks over those things, Alec has the only thing you've seen similar to this is kind of what happened to you personally. It does sort of remind you of the Dragonheart experience. Like it is more direct and has a much more controlled quote unquote filter, if you will, rather than just your own soul being the filter to kind of like contain the power and the source. But it reminds you of a similar kind of energy or power about it. And it makes you wonder, what would happen if you fed a dragon heart to it, kind of thing.
Oh my god. I don't happen to have one
Like
on hand,
with you being the mage that you are and that idea, that's what I mean. Like if you would feed, not like you would, but like if cash would consume you or a primordial would consume you, that would be the equivalent of like 150 just from you. Just 150. And it takes 75 for them to level up.
Oh my
So
god.
like, it would just kind of thing. But nevertheless.
Alec wait, do I have a dragon heart right now?
Yes, well, I haven't had
What?
one of those on hand
What's
now.
going on right now?
Like just a dragon heart that's not consumed would be like, to me, that's like 50 charges, just easy. That's just kind of thing.
I don't know how
Which
many
is
dragons I've killed recently.
not as many as you would think, but it's kind of been a peaceful time. Maybe the dragon, dragons are long-lived creatures, I imagine.
And
After
God,
everything that happened.
what do I need to have Kalpa fully repaired?
Oh, thank you. It takes time, first and foremost. Which you guys are taking some now, so that's not too much of an issue. I mean, let me look at that's page 20. Broken Hulks. Well, I get the question that has come up in the past. And you can choose whoever you would like, but Eros has become the one who is responsible and repairs cash, and Sarek mostly has come for that idea. It doesn't have to be the same person that does
The
that.
thing is, it never had to be repaired. But Kalpa does.
Cash had to be repaired once. We had this conversation before. Or Kelrear. Kelrear had to be repaired. So it was something that came up with Sarek. And like there's this whole idea of like what's called in the game mechanics, in the Jovian mechanics, is a right, WRIGHT, is the person who is responsible for repairing your Jorvian. Nevertheless, it can be the pilot or it can be another person. Is the point I'm getting to? It doesn't have to be the pilot.
So I can
But it
sacrifice life
usually
energy between long rest?
you could do what?
Can I sacrifice life energy between long rest, basically?
It doesn't have to be that. It's actually um an expense of resources of a high quality. So in simplest terms, it is a gold cost of you purchasing something, but if you have something that is not a magic item but a resource that is obviously magical, like say you guys had like dragon scales or something and you wanted to use that to like help repair it, I would say yes, because that's like something that's obviously worth a lot, that's also resilient and things, and you could
Well,
use your magic and other things to kind of piece it together. Many of you have access. Nevertheless,
I have
uh
2+1 cards left that I will probably never ever use.
you have two what?
2+1 carbon left that I will probably never ever use.
There you go.
Okay. Like it's one of those things where it's probably taking you a couple days to like break those down, melt them down, turn them into some sort of smelt capability that you could use, and then you and Nouvelle and maybe Fedri, Cerulean even as a bard, maybe Eros, people that have like these skills, you guys kind of working together kind of do that. I would say it would, for how much damage was done, you would only need to sacrifice one of the two right now. You could save one or the other for later.
Oh, pretty sweet. So if only one needs to be used to get him back to full health, so of course I'm gonna do just that.
Yeah. So you can save it for later. For future reference, for those that are piloting and repairing, it takes the equivalent of one gold for every 2 hit points to repair of a hole.
And
So
for the crystals to be restored, does it need a long rest or something, or how are they?
to awaken quote unquote a disabled crystal, seeing how your +1 item, it's a carbine and it's also +1, so it's like 700 gold or their equivalent. It takes simple game mechanics turns. It takes 50 gold and materials plus an hour of downtime. So I would say if you sacrifice one, thank you for reminding me about the disabled crystal, then you would be able to awaken that crystal and also repair, like using the metal part of the gun to do the repairs, and then maybe some of the ammunition and other things to like burn as an energy source to kind of awaken this weird crystal and kind of like
And
re-spark it open.
the unique extra attack you mentioned would be the second bonus action, correct?
The what?
I read Piper's sheet and it says he has a second bonus action and a second reaction he could use. So I'm not entirely sure if he can just use Alarm Strike twice as a multi-attack, or if he can use a Crystal twice.
Okay, that
As a
was a
bonus
big.
action.
My brain was that was a big transition. Okay, let me look.
Because it's a pretty fucking big difference,
Okay, yeah. Vanguard, his Vanguard ability for the Battlefront allows him to use basically a weapon crystal, not an arm strike, a weapon crystal twice in a row. So it is normally for cash he only can use once a turn. So Kiteba has that availability. So that would be his Artemis bow or his Thunder Disc he could use twice in a row for those things. Then he has
He could use an Artemis bow once with one crystal, twice with one crystal, right? And then
yeah.
then go invisible with a bonus action.
Yeah.
And then use another bonus action.
Yeah, then his heightened reflexes give him advantage. Where's the extra reaction from? What am I missing?
Let me try to find it. I know I saw it somewhere.
Because that's the weapon crystal thing. That's advantage, changing the advantage.
Here, responsiveness. Let me post it. I can't post it for some reason. So let me just copy
You
paste
should
it.
be able to have. You should be able to control the sheet. That's weird.
I can't. I just can't copy paste it for some reason. So I'm just going to do this. That's a responsiveness feature.
Oh, Kansas City. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So anything that he has labeled as a reaction or a bonus action, as long as he has access to it. So his only reaction is Fade Cloak. So he would be able to double roll that when that would make sense. And that would also mean as long as he has active crystal uses, which you can see at the top there, he has 8. No,
Yes, quite a
it
few.
actually should be 10 because his dexterity is plus
Oh,
10.
okay. So, but he has
So
a
he
few
has 10
bosses like
active.
Vision of Doom, Crystal Blitz, and Magic Missile Spot, that kind of shit, you know.
Yeah, but each of those takes away an active crystal use.
And
But
he has
yes.
10 crystal uses to say?
Yeah, it says there at the top there. And
Oh,
those come back on a shorter long rest. So Jovians are pretty capable on the whole for things. Kind of thing. So yeah, any active crystal requires it has a charge and kind of thing. But they also every Jorvian has, that also means they could, if they're getting really, if they were really wounded or whatnot, they could use divert mana twice in a row to kind of do and redirect things.
you can also use the basically his version of Magic Missile twice, and then use a reaction to go invisible, right? And when he gets
Yeah,
discovered, go invisible again, pretty much.
pretty much. Yeah,
That's so fucking busted. I love Jovian so much. I'm glad I got one.
yeah, yeah. No, I think it was one of those things to where, yeah, you guys. You guys were smart with how you played them, because if you would have stood and fought them, it would have been a different story. Making the pilot go insane, teleporting another to the abyss. Uh,
Right, you know.
it was a good play. To
It
be
was
sure.
so fucking fun. It was so great. The way we played it. I loved it
Um,
all around.